for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that began with the beginning of the religion and so on, searching for places where they could freely practice Judaism. First as crypto Jews, as people in a environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the financial crisis. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures a larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal and England and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves, and these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean to a certain region, I guess especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the virgin colors, but in reality, many of them get dropped off in places like Curacao and then shown and shipped up to the Americas. The Caribbean is extremely important for all of these things. And then from the Americas, the Southern Mesoamerican, North American continent, from raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that come from Canada, but from the Caribbean, in particular, cane sugar that was traveling by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and ship it off from the Americas. You have tobacco, for example, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed to manufacture goods, and this cycles will hold out for a few hundred years to tremendous misery. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade was actually heated, and the Jews often polemic and apologetic. I'm going to return to it in just one second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. What I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which comes from name, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when we correct for not only the tiny size of their population, but their place in socioeconomic structure. In fact, if you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of this slave trade was happening? They had the so-called Rothschild'S, which is large trade, which involved those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and slave assets. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the Rothschild'S. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the climate small trade, which is lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there's a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely involved in plantations. But primarily Jews were involved in the support of industries. For example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they need to have their boats prepared, their sails prepared, they need cars, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in the peripheral industry to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were on one hand, completely divorced from the Rothschild'S because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in these things. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Geronimo is the Moses, for example, also known as Moses Fidel, who lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call the Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah, who was established in the 1600s, and absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled from Seaface. Some of them made their way up to Amsterdam at that time, others went to Savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jewish, and about 9,000 slave Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused the Savannah to collapse, in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans have developed an addiction really to sugar once it had been exported to the Caribbean. Cane sugar that was sent to molasses, lost all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engaging in expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including in the Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, by the 1760s onward, it was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right, Jews primarily from Europe, and 1,000 slave people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to development, sometimes very exploitative, of the Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines to produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people, and how were they dealt with in Jewish society? It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male-focused, better than non-Jewish populations. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate built our society into where it was staying for. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwent marriages as far as possible for Jewish rights. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it's significant. Yeah, we're in a pretty remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise Dunbar, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are in fact very Portuguese. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana, which by the way, so what do we know about these populations that racially look different from ethnic Jews, or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Anita. And basically the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. That's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to get rid of the expensive proposition to free a slave, you provide utility and provide like income for them and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumit records that give us a sense of why Jews would participate in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about next. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to give money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicates what happened to the freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery? We have this large phenomenon of what we call reputed children. And these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in Joseph Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent. They may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of the Jewish legislators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch's son, who died in Jamaica in 1795, left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, his son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of promise for him. And in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wives, it appears that his child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child, and so he actually put a codicil in his will that in any event his wife or his children by that wife dispute the will or question the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would probably lose all of the money that had been allocated to them. Gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that Jewish testimonies had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Benor points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that looks like some individual nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon Islamism. We have examples of conversion, all kinds of things going on that are so fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the Mikvah Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see little details here and there, but a complicated picture. It is important to note that the one other set of records, those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society is functioning. And the reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who are part of Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated disease of racial distinctions the overall society was making. Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 African, 1/4 European, 1/8 shown, and they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called Congregations, and that would refer to the partially African Jews. Nevertheless Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them, where they could sit buried at the side of the cemetery before dying, and so-called Yehid, which is hard to translate exactly according to what it literally means exceptional people, but it really is people, and that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges and buried in the main section of synagogue, things like that. So to think that, once they were converted to Jews, that they were automatically socially accepted, and I think that would be nevertheless, they weren't reluctantly, and maybe I can use by saying that, it's an illustration of the overlay of civil prejudice on a halachic basis, because in terms of the Islam or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinction made whatsoever within the Halachic literature that there is reference to a person's racial background or so all of this other material of separating the congregations and the burial section, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social assumption of that time, or sometimes it's a contradiction of all that time. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work, please have a look at Professor Ru's books on this, quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, I guess I didn't know. I thought I was a good listener before we started this project, but I realized I wasn't listening. I was just stoked to
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles in Costa Rica. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish sect in the Caribbean was rather light. Really only about 100, 200 years were very active there, but it was really important and visional place for Jews, freeing the Inquisition, the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then, the immigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As you can see, it turns out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically than many other people did. But that's really so much to understand the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration pattern. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact on the urban migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century and moving into the early 16th century, Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492. Although there was some crypto Jews, meaning they were forcibly converted or were descendants of forcible converts, who accompanied even Columbus on his journey. Columbus is very good story, but it's quite likely that he was in fact descended from the Portuguese himself. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal, for reasons that we've explored in other videos, but then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing but also making their way directly through Portuguese travel to Eastern Brazil, for example, to what we call today, very important, and also through the northern regions of what we call today Colombia, places like Curacao, and then there's a secondary migration that I indicate here with a kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons I'm discussing. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There was one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement. It sort of petered out after 1654, but it took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in large numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 40s, 50s, 70s. This is especially associated with a noxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familial laws, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. That would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. These are, of course, by this time, definitely monogamous and so this was like essentially a really cool social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry. And so you have, different in the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they'll be very able to reach great wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for them. Massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration of 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the Rothschild'S. These are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews visited to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of immigration from Germany and Austria out of Europe and Nazis and rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants, so therefore many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone for they could eventually make their way to America. You have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular, and then after the
should figure out to do an
Many
hour-long
of them
podcast.
lead to
You know,
Florida,
but something
and
you
then
can't even see,
others
like it's worse than the stuff Jeremy Norvell puts out. Like you cannot see anything.
So
When we
there are
came back,
once
that
again
was like the worst
encapsulated
relation we had to each other.
nature
Like
of
live on the
Caribbean
show.
migration
So we've been
to
gone for a
North
while.
America. The first
There's
is
a lot
specifically
happened,
in
there's
the
not a lot
18th
happened,
century.
and we're
It's
like,
kind of a
a lot has
secondary
happened.
migration
It
from the
really
Caribbean
feels like it
as
kind of comes
the
down to like
economy changes.
it's
And
like
the
a,
second
almost
one
like a perfect
is
situation of
the
the blind leading the
refugees from
blind.
the Nazis, the
You know,
so-called
and so
Cubans,
it's blind
Jews who
people
made their
are
way
like, what are
primarily
we
to
doing?
Cuba
What are we,
and then
what's
from
going
Cuba
on this
to
weekend?
to
The
Florida.
other blind people are like, well,
So
we're
that's
going this way.
basically
We're like,
where the Caribbean
okay,
plays a role
nobody
in
bring your
migration,
canes.
particularly to
We're gonna wing it. By the way, it's a lot of walls. Okay, how can we go this way? Because you have to go this way. Brick stacks. Yeah, we should just go around. Well, I look forward to seeing this movie and Contact. Amy and I are looking forward to hanging out with you guys as well. And you know, it is such an amazing experience. I know that the listeners must be trying to hear me talk about that, but it is the biggest convention on UFOs and intelligence in the world. The who's who of everybody's there, and the thing is, it doesn't matter where you're from. We may end up eating a burger right next to Paul Hynek, or take a photo. Everybody's everywhere, and they travel, which you really don't see that in the other community. So I'm absolutely stoked to see you guys there. The movie is still in the distribution sort of phase, but as far as the podcast, you guys are happy to swing at this point, right? Sweet. Yeah, and you guys, if we need to, guys, see how it plays in there, guys, I look forward to this.
With settlement in the greater Antilles and the West Antilles where we are, but also hugely important Curacao. The branding picture here is shown in black, articulating wildly
What's fun is to look at the older pieces and find out there's a bunch of claims that you actually you have to wait decades for it to find out before you get to the part. And that's what you did with this book. It's fantastic. Seriously, thank you so much for coming on today's podcast. And we're listening to these, obviously, if you're looking for if you go like and subscribe on their YouTube. I believe you're on Spotify as well. Apple too, right? I'm not on Apple, but I figured you guys are. Yeah, you're just following their heads. They have reviews on Apple. Yeah, we were on Apple. Yeah, on Noodle and Scooter and Jimmy. Scooter, besides you have not heard of, they're everywhere. Like Hermes, they're just everywhere. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, man. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much, Steve. Well, we are back with another great episode. Michael, we have Rothschild'S joining us today. To get these legends to come on and educate us is an amazing thing. Although Katie can't join us today, I'm sure she's going to love this interview. This is right up her alley, especially with the presentations and stuff. And she's seriously, I don't know anybody like her. She is like, to me, like a role model of investigations, and I look up to her for like, dude, you know what you're doing. She's been at it for a long time. And Robert, of course, since 1967 has been actively promoting and talking about the nuclear problem with the UAPs. And that's been a big issue I'm not too familiar it's such a complex issue. It's been very carefully researching and still not a lot of people do it. And you can read books and watch documentaries, but I think the fun part of like making this podcast is to ask questions that you would have if you read the book or watched the documentary. Wait, what about this? Can you clarify this? And you get to do that on the podcast, which I find brilliant because I get more educated by listening to podcasts than I do watching the documentary. Plus, I think it's the things they leave out, like they're very limited on time, and so you can't really get that. It's like conversation. Yeah, like a full meal. You know what I mean? And so we should talk about this. Contact Ed Desert is coming really, really fast. It's just around the corner. We are April 1st tomorrow. So yeah, it's right around the corner. If you guys don't have your tickets, definitely buy some. It's, I believe the hotel or the resort's completely sold out all the rooms. And this is actually turning out to be the biggest one they've ever had. The Rothschild'S is going to be there. Beast from the East, Michael Dawson, is going to be there this year. Very active. You're going to be doing podcasts only with us, but with the anomalous review. Yeah, and you're going to do something like we're going to watch it. Tons. And with the anomalous review, we do have a new series that's coming out. It is about the SCU and encounters. Just quickly describe that. I'm interviewing members of this scientific coalition for your case studies who have themselves had encounters with the so that some encounters are really intense. So it's very interesting. We have to sit down not only with these encounters, but also as the scientific background and knowledge to be able to analyze them and say that people like those ones. And you were mentioning so many of today that you guys said after the episode was like, Rabbi is a reason, so you know how long I've been backwards. Like, it's not always paying attention. You're right, you bought him all three of the cases. So far, people already have are interested in something in UAP or something very close to it. Like you're saying, yes, most people. And you're mentioning to me also saying that it's just like a unique person, right? It's crazy. Okay, guys, we're going to be back with Robert's. So let's move on and enjoy this. He's got a presentation for us, and I'm sure we're going to want to buttons. And we'll be back very shortly after this intro. Well, we've all heard about babies and nuclear facilities or their interest in our nuclear capabilities at this point. There's been so many instances. And prior to, as I heard with Robert, I was saying I don't love Robert's case as being the only military personnel that has had an experience with maybe on program off the base, switch out and freaking nukes like it's nothing. And I think he mentioned this one more people because they're before, so we'll talk to Tom about that as well. But Michael and I want to say thank you, Robert, for giving us some of your time today and teaching us more about what took place at Rothschild. Thank you for that. It's not just an issue of it taking place in the States, but the fact that it happens in other countries that have nukes. So China has had basically description of what happened that night was obviously around Christmas. It wasn't taking you guys by complete surprise. Maybe just give a quick rundown for the listeners that haven't heard this story and will be educated along with us.
Well, sure. I do have a presentation up on my screen when I gave to February 2023. So everybody now, no such down throwing. It's the all resolution office. It's a judicial office designated by certain regulations passed by Congress.
Let's see.
Well, they do it every 2023.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Brandu? What's good, son?
Hello, fellas.
Just a moment.
I
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dude, you're really hard to hear. Is there any way you can come closer to the microphone? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Brandu? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, first, use for my kickbot that clicks people. I do what I do for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Kick because Kick bans me. I do so because I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandu? Yeah. It's okay if you haven't. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, brand new, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely, 1000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am an advocate for ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those projects sound to you? Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel, faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They've recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Their dire wolves are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. I talk about things like life extension technology. When you're into the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with your consent through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shot therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is again with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Brandon, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Brandon, I couldn't even hear what you were saying, but that's okay.
know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come here to Chef Malcolm, Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal. Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias, would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back here where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was primarily was imported Bordeaux, think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Monitoring and control of 10 nuclear missiles.
So, Robert, just a quick question on this. So this is underneath the ground. Is there a specific reason why they place you guys underneath the ground as opposed to a building?
Fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with his very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Havis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, the book The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton by Andrew Bowacher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was a child Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Bowacher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish? Right? It's a question I have to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism. And everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that's going to change things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that they want with it? So there are people who do that. So Jewish identity is a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be Jewish? Okay. So now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Torwacher brings to suggest that he doesn't come Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion in the book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but Jewish law, that doesn't matter because he's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of definitely indicate his Jewish identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, which they felt that he declared him, he was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There was also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton. He was, in fact, not allowed to testify. In other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that to allow him to testify. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considers herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considers herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother Peter. She only left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and the support that is called as a local Jewish community, consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school of heaven. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happens, but the simple answer is it's not Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her version was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in a century like this, but she had a big and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish. But this is still one of the stickier things even in the 21st century. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Rothschild'S book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments of Hebrew and things like this as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of Christian culture, but you don't understand on that. Public, general community in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish schools. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that there's no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Rothschild'S book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertising might want to be modified a little slightly. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise to the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic, and if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in this video. Thank you once again for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Ocean River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles. And it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. First of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States, Florida, and hangs down. May the world go round, 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 and the world like a big make that the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba,
oh, baby, that's what I like.
Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles over here sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising. And, it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of some of these sources. Portuguese Jews in particular, they're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496 and the beginning of 1497 to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were really called New Christians, which is really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World, and quite often simply assumed their Jewish identity once they felt that it was safe to do so. Jews felt that came both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. Now, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the Ima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel like, man, I'm home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretch to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. First River Jews is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint-Martin or Saint-Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there down to Gila, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and to Gustavia. By the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, by the Swedes, and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European colonizers. Anyway, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos, then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended a Jewish school there. And we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been a Latin Jewish. Imagine what kind of insight that has on America. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto-Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. Originally came to Lyon, southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once you send chocolate pellets over to Europe, they just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. Can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return to Barbados. The promise to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. For those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discovered as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
March 16th, 1967.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to thank you for all of you who have sent me notes saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending messages. I got it. I was a little bit nervous by the rules because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proving wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant. And then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background? Right? Okay, so here, first of all, the genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic genes. Now, this is meant to be a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not usually a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There's places who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the history that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll break the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to put it in people's faces, like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish. He would say, like, you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this, he would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit. We should see how. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it was a Colon. He also signed his name as Colon, Christophe Colomb. This was a common name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Mallorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. Another possibility for this Jewish origin, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many rare courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The slave that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests, they're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, is a very unusual exception. 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, I would say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, Santa Gel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, he actually discovered the New World, and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa. He immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, couldn't send letters back from the New World because the postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, the Santa and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. By the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. And a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel. One does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." The very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with the Jews were expelled from Spain. Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, which you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invertation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit A. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like they look a little different if you wrote them by scripts rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So, signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle. And by the way, he only did it in his letters to his son. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing. Perhaps that is Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know. It's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So it would be terrible if it was on the left. It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his billion there too. One last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that's very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, and then Christos. And this is the Greek R and the Greek O. So Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenz is a Latinized version of the third part of Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenz, Christopher. So that part is easy. So what's the business with this? Either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an E, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, the major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children to do this behavior, to remind you of a particular mitzvah. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it. So obviously, what I have to take back from what I said 7 odd years ago is that whereas I believe at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago, when Columbus was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term, and they are still basically and that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January. It's on the spot yet on the boat. Please click on the link in the description and we love to have your questions. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so scared because they're big, and they don't know that there's literally something called Achilles heel. There's literally something called Achilles heel.
So after they go, it's right tough, I just go keep you busy.
That's what I like to hear. Keep you busy, right? His head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the crook of your neck.
What would be cool is if you do this so much, you're going to come from
Yeah. It's like, guys, but there's no way, I'm sorry, there's no way, and I talked to regular ways as well, there's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I got to do something. It's going to break it down. Your age just all the time. And by the way, I'm not blind, I'm just moving around. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Look at this. It can be you, man. Shipping hanging out. Some gear. That looks natural. Yeah. By the way, he's about 47.
The last lecture was looking at temporary
Sure, that can be you, dude. Could be me.
on long Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism, Israel and
Stop. Yes. Proud of her right there. That's funny. I love that.
First thing I want to say is some of the geography right here. Right material from
I bet you that gets
Africa, Asia.
That's when you realize you're like, oh, I'm 40 years old. You shave his beard. My cousin's that influencer that we have on the show. Right? Yes. No.
It's also
Yeah, that's a photo shoot. It's probably a little intense.
that the nation around Israel that we had to put place in.
It's got some tents on it. See how the nipples start to fall down? That's a kid fall down. That'd be, what is that? That's kind of, or just like a tits. Or a guy who he's got some, or he sees them and your tits start to say, yeah. It gets loose on the end, like you can Hulk Hogan had that, and you look at it, we tighten that up. It's tough. Yeah. Well, so I think it's worth surgery. Once your tits get sagging, you got a problem.
Dude, Bosnia had tryouts yesterday. On the team with Bosnia had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have them because they evaluations they come with the 8-year-olds. It's fine. I'm sure they
hope you should know. That's why the coach goes, how do you think you did? Well, he goes, definitely the best player here. He said that, yeah. So, yeah, I did. Definitely the best player here. Oh, yeah. Well, this is my kid. Yeah, it's Rex. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, okay. He's a little worried about one time. She was, I remember, fucking whatever. And I meet these, I had friends who were older and they were actors. And I'm kind of impressed with them. I like them a lot. And she said, so you're friends? She goes, he likes him. She just looks at him. She goes, hey, he likes him beautiful and young. So I was like, I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful and young, smart as a whip. Smart as a whip. Smart as a whip. Well, that's a little cocky. And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like, you don't have to let me say that. You don't have to say that. It's a little cringy. Yeah. When Bossy said that at 5, you like it. The interest is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports. If you ask him, especially because he's 5, and he's surrounded, he's by far the smallest kid. Yeah. And he's amongst these giants. And for him, you know, best kid here. So go to my head to the new girlfriend, right? I don't know if she was as smart as a whip, but I think she just added that on. I was going to clean up that guy. That never happened. I was having fun with the story. But I don't like how you made that seem like Bonsu saying the same thing. Because he's a 5-year-old playing with an 8-year-old. And your girlfriend at the time who said she's smart as a whip. And delete that. Just leave it out. Just leave it out. And it's such an outrageous thing. Saying that is so, and she's did her job. The reason I bring it up is because I remember that she did say, like, young, beautiful, and smart. Like, she's smart. Really not smart as a whip. That I added that. You made that for the story, which I already assumed for the story. That's what we did. I had to get to the story somehow, right? But we used to have, the reason I brought that up is because we would have arguments where she would be like, oh, I'm really intelligent. She'd say stuff like that. Like, people would say that. And I was like, and I you know me, I was, when I was younger, I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by it? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria? Yeah, right. There were a lot. And I was like, she don't have a college degree? She was, I remember that she could suck the meanest dick this side of this. She was, I didn't date her home. I dated her. I maybe we'll get into it. Should we get into it? We're in the circle of trust. Nobody else is listening. I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well. And she gave me, she was, she had my mirror in her performing, and she took a thumb and stuck it right in my shoe. And she had long nails, and it didn't feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that. She had to live there. And I was like, what in the world? She had a whole new world. And I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, you're like, this is great. Now we're like, that's the next step. Is that the next step? Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb. I'm lining this thing up, and I get your nails done. That's just all that is college stuff. It's just college stuff. Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing me about thinking McConnell? I did not see that. He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront. Him not taking the money helps me out. So I don't give a flying fuck. It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don's Rome's pocket, and some other folks can use it. But here's my thing, and I'm a family guy, and I expect a rebuttal whenever you criticize a fighter or fight. I think he went hard in the press. I think so whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response of fighters. You call me out, if days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back when you're telling I moved on. So fans are going to be like, oh my God, it's a shot time. What? About what? Dude, this is it's like when they get Angel Kim several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. It's so weak that you're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your handlers, that's what you got with McConnell, right? And this is brutal, typical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Because he's dumb, he's a meathead, he's bad at podcasting, he's a bad fighter. If I post a truck, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. His team put in ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Again, he's original, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. If you think yourself as tough, yourself, I would call myself an idiot. He's not talking to you. He's talking to you about fans, which is, if you listen to me, I mean, he's the fan, right? And then he goes, Red Shop Show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. YouTube just was the button. It's in the comedy special. In the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. By then, I'm like, all right, they took their time. They probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. If I'm taking the money, helps me out, helps other fighters. When you put more money in my pocket. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, boards, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell that well how far the dollar goes from Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he wasn't going to be a lawyer. Dropped out of that stuff fighting. So he's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. It's great. Here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, I don't watch the show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another big show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years to get my message out. You saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built a platform in here, who has a big platform, just to reach me. But I do it from here. You're making fun of me.
Well, it might have been that he let it go and then Ariel asked him about it.
You don't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Right? That's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on.
Why does he didn't go on? He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a
Only that. Did he go on there for a...
He doesn't have a like.
My grandfather decided to...
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? Okay, right. And you release some brand or some brand deal. Like he went on another grown man show to get the message out. Because he can't do it. Yeah. How do you have a cheese strike podcast on, right? Where? Who's the first UFC fighter to podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it Show Me the Money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one. But I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the class act came as a result of you saying you never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt feelings. Let's go black and white. Take feelings out. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out. If you look at his record, and this is I'm not being mean. If I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the way of the fucking land at 55 days fighting. time he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat Beta State, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is pretty good. He lost to Pazee. These are all from the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew over Jalen Turner. Beta State, who we know is overhyped. And that's my fault, right? He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with a older Dariush, and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, saying you're not getting a title shot, it's not showing. Fucking 99 guys never fought for a title. You're being honest, it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. Your fan base knows this. Now he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm going to call him dumb and all this shit. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess or playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He fought for the payday. He's fighting with top echelon guys. He might be saying, the sport, and I think he's a smart, he's maybe doing this. He's already lost 2. He loses another one to Ian Tyson. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, which he said was, I think, $200 or $300, it's not. I don't know how they break it down. Losing him about $120,000. So he's obligated on his numbers. I show me his facts. So he might actually turn down $200,000, like he said. He might turn down a low hundreds of some thousand, which is still a lot of money. Depending on after tax and all that. But he probably makes more fight, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's going to scratch his back, which I doubt maybe Dana is going to fight losing skin. They give me a bad matchup, I'm going to make way less more money. I'm just winning one more. That's going to extend my career another 2 fights. Yes, so that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. So I think he's playing chess. I agree with him. I assume he's doing that. That's what I feel like the best would make sense. That would be smart. Sort of, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say it. He goes, it's a pride. He doesn't say respectfully. It's pride. I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around longer than him. It's been behind the scenes way longer than him. I've had relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. That's what I do. But typically, it never works like that. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking. It's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes. Hey, dude, tight move showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup. You win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division of the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Conor saying that at 55 small count division, he's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive. What's his ranking? 13 and 5. I think you're not hard to be ranked top 13 in the world. Anyone that knows their sport knows how to do it. I think it was like high up where he lost to the just super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him. But again, they get upset about that. And I get it. I understand that. I expect you to know back from this.
battles that Philistine had.
Keep it going. Dude, I got too many fish to fry.
Of the long hairs.
I fried this Brazilian fish with fucking
Betrayed by
2 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers. I don't know that I never got that you were actually attacking Kano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right? Yeah, that's all. And also, he may have a great relationship with Tina, though. So Tom was like, oh, so we're going on. So the Tom just taking one of the biggest there's no negative side effects from taking the money. I guess Dana would say take the money. She's already been here. Like, oh, dude, yeah, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now it goes. And that's why by the time something, the money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that they're taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah, only 3% are. I don't think Fitzgerald's not taking it. But again, I don't know what Charles White, I have a situation, and he was going to be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar does a lot more than it does here. He might be completely fine. But I can't remember. He's in there for all the dollars. He's not using it. I think he said he turned out 200,000, 300,000. That's not the case. It turned out about 100,000. Because the formula they use to break down how much people get, people actually turned out about 100,000. It's total money. I can see myself. It's a huge thing. That'd be a fun fight. Just engaging. Yeah. It's a good fight. Came away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that weird? There's a black man on the ground. He's a black man. Jim Black. Are we not going to see Taporia Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Soroki. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're going by the rankings, it should be Soroki. It's a tough sell. Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler. It's a tough sell. So that was how I would like to sell. I could sell it.
In fact, there is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem office, written in the language of the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholar literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction of terms, but that's only because we delve into the political implications of that. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the Philistines, the Philistines, their connection to some people later known as the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the 3rd lecture, but that's where the name comes from. Under the 3 kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there, as you can see this rather Jordan. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, including the Book of Kings, the Book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan called the Meshes. And this is essentially a Moabite, a non-Jewish version of a story that was described in the Book of Kings, in particular more than. It's quite fascinating. It's a long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him at his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin, yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern, right? After proclaims the destruction of the people, now Nesha proclaims the same kind of destruction, and we should be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the local synagogue that describes various pillars. On the right is Queen Esther, next to King Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being riding by his enemy Haman, and finally Haman is angry because nobody is able to pass. At any rate, this is the period where we begin to have a large amount of Jews outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that was displaced under the Assyrian kings of Herod and others. So large the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in a classical map and here in contemporary map, the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, branches Turkey, and further on the border of there's been a lot written about the idea of centralized crime.
Here's
It was a population movement. There was many Jews who came behind in Israel. Many of them moved down to the south.
she just knew exactly how to do that. She knew how to play there.
Judah,
And I was like, what in the world?
Jews out of there, although they were eventually
And that's what you knew you liked. I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, this is great. Now we're like, that's the next step. Is that the next stage? Is that the next step? Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb. You got it. Why did this thing help? Start checking out those. It's just all that is college stuff. It's just college stuff. Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally when Connor respond to me criticizing him? I did not see that. He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck. It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket, some other pockets can probably use it. But here's my thing about it. I'm a fan of Don, right? And I expect a rebuttal whenever you criticize a fighter or fight. You went hard to press. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response to fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention. Because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Agree with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck in the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, now we can play this game. But here's the thing with Makana is, if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth, you can't do it. You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, they're your handlers. You can't get back to them pretending, however, when someone fans are hitting me like, oh, Makana's taking shots at me. What? Who? About what? This is it's like when they did. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. It's so weak that you're willing to reference fucking 12 years ago. And you're in your hands, that's what you got. And we're going to come, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Reddit John? He's dumb, he's a meathead, he's bad at podcasting, that was a bad fighter, what's a drug? Did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of that's original. His team put in ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Reddit John? Again, he's original, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. If you think yourself as dumb as yourselves, I'm going to call myself an idiot. He's not talking here about he's talking to think about my fans, which is if you listen to me, that means I'm dumb and he's dumb. And then he goes, Red Shop Show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio via YouTube channel. It's very the end of the comedy, in the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they can take their time. They probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I'm making out with my condo. I'm not taking the money. Helps me out, helps the other fighters. I put more money in my pocket. And I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, members of UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be on board and dropped out that person fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me on no one's show, I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. You saw it? It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built a platform here in Hawaii has a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here. You're making fun of me.
It might have been that he let it go and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. You have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's correct.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
That's not the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on.
He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a like that. Or we go on there for he doesn't have a fight coming up. Right. So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? Otherwise, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. The grown man show to get that message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have a Keith Stride podcast, right? Where who's the first UFC fighter to watch? Do you know this? Right? So when I launch a podcast, you're going to call it Show Me the Money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it. Right? So he's the Keith Stride podcast. Right? Where who's the first UFC fighter to watch? Do you know this? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it Show Me the Money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. Oh, but on the dome. On the dome.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying you never been champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. Well, I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's start black and white. Take feelings out. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. If I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You'll look at the fucking lane at 55 that he's fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat PSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all tough individuals. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, PSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's part of that's my fault. He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out at short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight. Well, we're just being analytical about it. Saying like a title shot isn't a shot. Yes, it is. You're just being fought for a title. You're being honest and it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. again, he's a smart dude. I'm not gonna call him dumb and all this shit, blah blah blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him, it's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? If I'm going to bet payday, so he's fighting the top echelon guys. He might be saying, well, smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's already lost two. He loses another one, so he gets enticed. He might say,
It's very kind. We have line 7 with a big, and it's ending E5 9. This is where make me saying, first lead taken from Spirit Academy.
so he's not actually turned down $200,000. He's might turn down $100,000. Just don't worry about it. If anything, you have the tax on it. But it means more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's scratch his back, which I doubt he is, maybe Dana, is I'm going to do fighters this game. They give me a bad matchup, I'm going to make way less more money. But you know what? That's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Yes, so that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. So I think he's playing chess. I remember thinking he was a checker. That's what I assume he's trying to do.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be smart. Sort of.
He doesn't say that. He doesn't say it's a pride. I'm not going to say respect thing.
It probably is as well. It's probably
That's all power. It's all power. It's not coming from as an older guy who's been around longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I've been relationships. You know how this works. I'm telling you now, Makana, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's what you do. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking, it's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because there's no way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes. Type of show we'll need to use. Here's a good matchup. You win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division of the world. It's at 55. So it's no doubt that Makana saying that 55 is the most tough division. He is ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking, right? My top 15.
13, I believe.
I think that, you know,
I think you have to be ranked top 13 in the world.
I think you said what a lot of people think.
Anyone that knows the sport is 100% correct. I think it was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you're talking about top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture. And that's all good. I'm not But again, they get upset about that. I get it. I understand that. I expect him to blow back from this.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got 2 fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish like 2 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that I never got that you were actually attacking Makana anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
And also,
He may have a great relationship with Dana, though. He may have been like,
so a ton of guys just don't take them on. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking them.
yeah, my guess is Dana would say take the money.
It's
Dana, like, oh, dude, yeah, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now
and that's why I'm glad it's not taking the money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking it, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it, and only 3% are. I don't think commissioners are taking it. But again, I don't know what comes right in my financial situation, and he wants to go out and be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer up than it does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he'd say, turn down 200,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100 something. just engaging. Yeah, it was a good fight. Keep away from the wrestling kind of stuff. He's a black belt on the ground. He's a black belt. Legit black belt. Are we not going to see Taporia Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Saru. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're going by the rankings, it should be Saru. And it's a tough sell. Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler. It's a tough sell. So that was how I would love to sell it. I could sell it. But to the fans and the ranking, I jump from 9 to 3. Chandler, jump to the QUC. That's a very, very problematic. If it's any other sport, this is even a conversation. Very, very problematic for any sport. I still think. I do think he should be back in the yes. Really. Okay. I mean, it's weird. He walks around about 192, which I had no idea. So he's very big. 55 is the fact that he can have 45 is so insane. I mean, what he did to Charles Oliveira. Split decision. Be a bad one. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira is crazy. No, Sergio. I'm talking about Corey. Oh, we're talking about Saruki. Yes, remember that his last one was Charles Oliveira. It was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say, yeah, if I went 2 more rounds, Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Saruki. And then he misses weight, got a championship fight. That's what happened. That's how he got him fucked up. What's going to be the bigger fight? Much bigger. Not going to give me that. Just some tickets. Because we all, the fight fans want to see what Saruki can do. So hardcore's on Saruki. Saruki deserves it. He's ranked number 1 for racing. Patty's number 9. So if you see the gameplay, all right, doing Patty another good matchup, maybe go just engaging. He beats him. Now we can sell him. And he's proved, he's worthy of it. Do we do that? Or if he loses that fight, he comes back. I don't know. I see. Yeah, it's like now, gets on, undefeated. And Tobieri also said he'd rather make it like smart. He said he did, yeah. Okay. Because he said that there's so much that goes in the camps and fight week, and this guy pulls out the lights. Argument there is that he's totally pulled out fight back. It was he was going to fight. I mean, last time shots were real ones back. Yeah, because he thinks it's just what I actually think it is. I think it's better for most people. I think better for most people. I think Patty wins that fight to be fucking tough. If he does, he's going to finally got another big swing. Patty has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not in that distance. He's not what Taporia is, and he gets hit. You can't beat him.
That's what I'm saying. If you had 10 foot deep, they'd probably be there today. That's it. That song, I got the whole thing like that.
So it's a to-do thing. Patty, I'd rather watch Patty. Patty is, I would say, not only do fights in the occasion, the big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic, so funny. And legit super strong material. Yes, super strong. Yes. And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this, and that's why he'll jump. So do you think he'll jump the queue? I don't know. I'm not saying this is true. certainly if you're much more scared by the levels, I would say, yeah, will that payday change? Will that purse change? They frequently get to make no matter what. Manage to sell a ton more paper. And you can sell out Wembley Stadium. It just turns it into a man's I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay?
You need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got lots of parts accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. So they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find that boys at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. Alright, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/flatter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/flatter. O'Reilly.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is doing a heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger, The Queen of God, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never. I'm gonna have myself a match money on my bed. Oh, I already have one. Yeah. If I get those ones, they were kind of my favorite son over down, so I took my pass. That's what happens sometimes. You feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings, you don't want it to clarity, you want alertness, you want to be jittery. This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology Rothschild companies use, but I don't know of any other energy drink that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome. Yes, because once you try Max, there's no going back. Here, you want to show up ready for tomorrow. It's important to have your show up ready. Everyone like us, you got to get yourself some Max.
As a much larger Babylonian novel is that
too. That's a sustained power. I'm looking for sustained power. I'm just looking at living down.
questions that develop in
different avenues. That's why Max is
agricultural law there. Babylonian knowledge, because it's written later, it's generally considered the more authoritative.
Anybody's got a decision to make. You want to get more burning out. Stay sharp, confident, in control. My first one is to use a hard stern, potentially being canceled.
Other houses of worship
Here's the thing, like people on the right are just celebrating, and I think largely this is true. You look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. What's the one common denominator? Super political. So they're talking shit about Trump, super pro COVID. So it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump. And people just don't want that. Right? They just don't want that. certainly weren't making their money back. He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of keeps doing it, but also, like, he kept his hair. Sure. But I think, too, without how a certain person on the scene being super crazy, dude. Remember, he was in blackface. He was called the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper competitive. You know why he got fired from DC? Dude, he would go into markets and be like, who's your biggest DJ? And then take over the radio station, beat him in ratings. So, well, you don't super hard after all. Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. So that he would take over these markets, and people love that. You know, porn stars, and you have one of the best interviewers. Yeah, the celebrities on their sex life, they shut that door behind them. It's actually a very important cultural figure. Oh, massive. I mean, Rothschild'S, he's a huge influence on Rothschild'S. You know, he's not Rothschild'S fan now, but you know, how would you say this? So, you're in your 60s, I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. We've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it there's a lot of stuff. It's fucking tough. You're going to have to kind of waking up at 3 in the morning. That's hard on your body. But then also, he's not out his ear to the ground. He's a little bit, he's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower, he's out of touch. So he was speaking on COVID, the political climate, inflation. Some person can drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to his few 145,000. Wow, now part is him doing the whole political rant. And also part of it, he's just overgetting more people like this is illegal. Right? And then also serious, you know, the majority of the listeners, when you buy a new car, or you rent a car, that's serious in it. So they would count those downturn listeners. Do you know anybody that's serious? I never listened to it. And Apple and Spotify took over. He never made the adjustment, which I think would be huge if he went back to old ways. If he was on YouTube, it would be massive. So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Mark Stern to be one, he makes so much money off the rest of the funding. You mentioned Mark Stern just had the same celebrities on YouTube or Apple or Spotify. But he was like, oh, no more waking up at 3 in the morning. Why aren't you going to build a studio in the city? And I'd be saying, I'm just going to build a studio in the city. And we're releasing the next one, just meet me right in your house. Good. You know? Wow. But dude, there's no one following how much nervous on the scene. But that, again, I don't fault the Lord doesn't need to change the state. Like you, when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. And then you grow up. He got fired from a radio station in D.C. when that plane flew in the 14th Street Bridge and people were killed. He called Maryland and America. He said, how much did it take to watch that Astros in the 14th Street Bridge? Like, he would do shit like that. And they were like, you're out of here. I'm just made a bigger. He did terrible shit. He had all he had shaved. Well, that was my friend, my buddy. His wife. Yeah. And he got more stars on there. They had Beetlejuice on. They had the stutters. It was like this huge joke. They just never climbing back then. Now you can't really do that. You do blackface. You know, it's just whatever time. You ever see a movie? Oh, yeah. I see a nose job in the middle of that movie. I saw that his nose was too big. They had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Good. I scroll down for a second.
Practices dietary.
Yeah. Back in the day, you know what you do? He could also sell his entire catalog. He may interview you. He just sell the old interviews that people love. Now, most of it, you can't afford that and all that stuff.
Also, a system of rules for addressing emails and
He's off in the summer, but this year, like take me much of a time. How many times can you do a
Started opening in radio for years, earning nearly $1 million while developing a reputation as the biggest shock jock of all time. The term shock jock
broadcast from his home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID-19. You know, that's what I'm about. Like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you're the nicest guy in the world. I'm out. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, when you stay in your house, it's 20, 25 at the top. It's a scary
smart ass. I can't get him out of his house. God, he was on a show all the time.
It regulates space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were very they had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission of communication and Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions.
It's also just a dying breed. They shut down all the content. Like, she was at Sean had lots of negotiations with them. Jason Ellis was on there. Ray Harvey was on there. They shut down all of them. This is too much competition too. It's also just changed. The pay lots of subscription landscapes changed. Why would I pay a subscription to a series when I can get Rothschild and anybody else? Tucker Carlson, all these people.
They're not allowed to
She was, I think, smart. She was leadership, like carrying a weapon, my buddy David, too. Such a colors, because he was required to wear a certain color, for example.
Many of these things were often,
she's in her 70s. She puts on a crazy show. She's still like her energy and everything, it's still amazing. If she was on the line next door, just I wouldn't even keep my head. Even how much work she's had done and how crazy she is now.
nevertheless,
When she was when she should have just made it off. Yeah, become a producer or the same size of
but she had
wrestling. I do wrestling. Howard Stern's a legend. Just he's just a giant man. Yeah. The real man going on. That's also true. That's true. Ivory Tower guys go people and they should die who don't get it. They say that shit. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. You saw the regulations. You saw how nasty people get. It's just not a guy's guy.
somebody's got to read it occasionally and he's spoken with
You already talked about podcasting. I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting. Here's the thing, he probably has $500 million. So I don't, fuck him, dude. Fuck it, bro. That's the thing. That's what I understand. Like, you got that kind of money, I can be like, that's what I don't do. But that's how he does his kids. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children. That's all I like. Somebody with kids, I gotta say, somebody who resisted him, somebody's funny. Like, you're just not telling you. Oh, he's like, so, I don't know. Okay. Spend time with your kid for a Hey, Jeff, is he still there? You don't get as big as him. You just can't. You can. You just got to know what that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give. And when he comes home, he's with his kids. First of all, it's terrifying. His kid. First of all, it's terrifying. This one is like it's a strong record team. It looks like the Joker cartoons. Wow. It's an aggressive smile. Looking for his kid. She's only 53, dude. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, look. But about that, why would Howard Stern do it? So Howie Mandel thinks more money than he's set. He owns stuff you guys don't know about. He's set. And I sit down for his podcast. Why the fuck are you getting the podcast? You're good. You're good. He goes, I have to. Gives me something to do. Gives me something when I wake up. I gotta get it. Just because you have money, you still need it. That's when you die. You're tired when you die. So you need something. So that's it. I don't know if I still do it. Yeah, I love house. Yeah, but not yet. Because then I mean, Casey got the car, he's Casey. He still does it. You're going to be the same. When you usually stop.
awesome. We're going to just do podcasts. We're going to worry about ratings. If we're smart, we're like Patreon, 10 years ago, yeah. And so then eventually you'll get that get filled up enough where you can see when you are on ads where it's just all free and the actual thing. We're going to tweet it. Be down for it. We've never really done it. Be down for it. Just for the we've been around so long. As big as we were 10 years ago. But one thing we have is a whole lot more fans. So beef. Yes, that's the reason. Yeah. And you can regulate. So, there's a lot of the Reddits and YouTube, the super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God you're finally common again and not getting destroyed. Yeah. You make fun of it. That's cool. That's why I do it. Like that. You have to give them incentives after 12 years of free show. I have to pay them $3. You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Kind of free. I mean, I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. Nobody train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. Yeah, sure. Kind of legit. If you get someone behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, longer episodes, you feature them, and give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. I'm down. Mario, though, that's my biggest fan. Mario, you down? After I give it to him, it's going to be a beast. It's going to be alright. Afraid? What do you think, Jenny? I'm done. As long as he gives. We'll still put out free content rather than just adding to it extra stuff for the hardcore, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, choices on there. And then the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have any reason. We're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content. That's the biggest thing, too. So we don't have to go through it. No, yeah, just so you can play music on their videos. We're going to do that. Oh my gosh, it's the right reason. Wow, what's the reality? Just be completely wrong. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things, but you know, edit it out. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put that out there, that kind of stuff. Give me something else. I'll give you credit. Well, thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me a Chipotle cookie. Yeah, it cost me like they're expensive. Yeah, there's nothing done at Chipotle. There's one that's not too far, but there's one right near our town. Alright, have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know, I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbee got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbee got away. He like grabbed him, like I think like scuffed him up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did you see Legend Michael Bisbee escape?
Hello, everyone.
So, recounting how home invasion is recent documentaries the British used to be running to count Bisbee. They have only reopened more than 24 murder cases. In the late 1990s, Bisbee was ambushed in his flat by a massive trooper dressed in black, welding a hand with dousing a room with gas. Bisbee escaped after a brief struggle, but a chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across northern England followed by identical plan, right? 4th century gas-soaked crime scenes and blunt-force trauma from a hammer. Attack seized the room abruptly. In case cool, however, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicion. Van Nelson, the life sentence, spoke to fellow inmates about his close call with Michael Bisbee, implying the USD saw a narrowly escape becoming another victim. Though authorities have yet to confirm his claims, this dual connection suggests that Bisbee's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive serial killer. Crazy! And Bisbee posts and goes, oh shit, this happened. Wow. Face to face with a monster exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be in Northern England's exclusive.
Okay, try and get
How does it terrorized a region for over a decade with a drill unsolved murders, and now he says Michael Bisbee was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisbee almost was his next victim.
in my house.
Yeah, how old is this? Yeah,
What's that? He was in the UFC.
So I see there are 34 people.
So he was still a professional.
coming up, right? 2000 or is it 90s?
In the late 90s, early 2000s. So he was still, coming through the ranks.
Beat your ass.
Oh, yeah. That is crazy.
But I'm not getting any feedback from you.
There's not a serial killer alive who could beat him in UFC, but your best chances at Kemper, big boy, 6'6", 306. Is he that big?
I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then the goes back.
So we're killing at 15.
Oh wait, I think I saw that. I see browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's
Flyweigh's house.
now let's see. Do I have any fascinating questions?
He's fucking huge.
Yes, great. I've got some questions. There is an app here. Okay. So I see Taylor 26 is on. Thank you. Sean, Praise Jean. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
That is terrible.
All right. Okay.
He would kill hitchhikers and
So
Santa Barbara.
let me start with the question
First
that
of
I
all,
have.
if you're hitchhiking and the guy's over 6'1",
My notes here, and I'm
sure
sure
as fuck, don't jump in the car
I
if
have
he's 6.
feel
I got don't jump in the car if it's a guy in general. Well, back then in the 70s, you wanted to ride and get into these
a
6.
lot of people reacted to the review of on Facebook, but I just
So he killed his mom and then fucked her dead throat.
for members because I really did not like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It is toward a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on. However, what I learned from the book and my reaction to it as well, I really do this in more standard presentation, so that will take us through that as well. Now let's go on here. The Trancoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses of the Jewish border in Trancoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it's got the logo is actually euro, like the letter H. It's very close to a dollar, of a sharp corner, a right angle as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is south of the Euro River. Really so close that you want to write there, not to write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have a lot of time. But I got a few other suggestions. Rothschild'S Israel writes the last bit end looks like it says the word spirit. That's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that could actually spell that sound. But when you actually are up against the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up. It's just a little bit of light. But that light is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not with the deeper.
Yeah, so still a pitch.
Now, in Glau's Netty, 2262, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist, I'm a regular historian. I read widely archaeology. I don't have all the question is, how old are they really? Are they keys during or post? The stones have been retrieved. So earlier, was the location affected by the Great Elizabeth earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, in 1331, 1331, and also another earthquake in 1760. So very erudite kind of complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could be possibly early 20th. If you were to carve a 14th date inscription of this nature, organic
Tex Watson did it.
These buildings are definitely something to the period, but restrictions that they added actually as a
Super strong.
in fact, I had a really interesting discussion with psychologists in Porto who suggested they may even have them describe when the purpose of the track really well, but not impossible. So it's still likely that they were inscribed most likely by Jews because it's a Jewish neighborhood.
It's just odd.
Outside of the neighborhood. Another username, officially suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be. But why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice on either side of the wall? It's a bizarre thing to write, especially not to write something tagging it with this phrase. Inscribe it on the wall. You have to spend a couple of hours with hammer and should have been making a lot of help inscribing it. So hard to say. Look at the why would you spend hours having
When I was rehabilitating the orphans back in a while in Indonesia with this thing called Rothschild'S, I could be around the adults, and the adults were afraid. They weren't so afraid of women, they were afraid of males. So they will not confront you. They're like, oh, and they run away. Chimps will rip your face off. They will not, you can never do it. Chimps are really good. It's just for the brand.
And the last one here in this section is Jay asked who's bad for that. Are there fictional Jewish personal names that can be identified? Yes, definitely. Quite a few names. Perez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with victims. Javier. He asked also could a Jacob, shoemaker from the neighborhood, hired to fight for Britain or lose war in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also not just shoemaker. So the answer is yes, it could be Jewish, but it could be Jewish. So those are all the questions that I reported. Now, let's see what's in the chat here. So nice to see if I feel it counts as that. I read the book again. Why does it make the prohibition with a apocalyptic imagination? The authors then anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the mass of the world. So those are really hard questions. Reading a little bit is definitely one of the most complex and difficult parts of books. In fact, there's a discussion dealing with the discussion in the convoys that it is either blind and blind to reveal the secrets that are written into the and scholars approach this, and academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was much later for it to be written. Rabbi from the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are coded in it, definitely a massive topic. The interpretation of Daniel depends very heavily on what scholars you're asking to figure out what this is going to mean. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, there's a lot. I definitely am a Jewish book. I love Rothschild'S. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rothschild'S. Study his work every day. Del Sean, London Prejean, writes that me on the 14th is not occurring in the same month this year. I devote to the book. How do I explain that the story is not a spiritual God?
They're so close to humans. There was one, so they were all of them were there. There were females,
But what I can say is that the calendar that the Jews follow,
the problem with the adolescent males would take the babies out and
it's a complicated lunar solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a
It's about the size of my pinky, but yeah.
But that's what we saw
Oh
the
man,
Jews
those mainstream calling me on chip.
for the Muslims, for example, they have a
Chicks are
winter.
terrifying.
And that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And Ramadan right now.
There was one chick there named Hassan, and I swear to God, he was in her group, and if you saw him, he looked like a fucking nerd. He literally was like, and he was a nerd. Holding the chip for me to fall apart. So the humans would cry, they wouldn't let him eat, they would beat him up. I swear to God, so he'd come running over, he was like a baby, he was only like 3 or 4, and he was like, he was so harmless, he had human beings are, because you can see so much hard nature. And you know what happens, dude? You want to be a naturalist? You wake up in the middle of the night, when it's still dark, set up your hammock, and then you follow them, and you collect their feces and stuff in them that way. Enjoy that shit. Brain knows I don't
But then in the 4th century, as a result
Let's
of
take a little break, because I want to talk to you about true classic.
It's
true, I'm wearing the true classic underwear. Here's the thing, man. My wardrobe is true classic. And the thing about it, I was thinking about this, every time I put the t-shirt on, they don't wear and tear. They're just great for coming out.
Where's my white tees? If you think my white tees is true classic, I've had them for years. They're awesome.
I got the sweatshirts, I got the jeans, I got the sweats, I got the underwear, like they do socks now. It's on the so for you guys are trying to ditch the just fast True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to get back. We've been with our boy Ryan at True Classic before it was a cool thing to do. Before they were at Target, before they were at Costco, and Ryan's our boys to go to TrueClassic.com/Twitter. Today, True Classic.
the same day, was it here? They're different. That's exactly what we're we can't exactly. Let's see. What is the fragment of the dead destroying 4 and 5 grams of? Hang on a second. Let me just check. I don't know how much is let's see. When what do I think was it just a belief he was trying to self-explain to Islam, or did his understanding of Judaism that was the garbage was that's also a fun question because it's look it up.
Everyone a ticket initiative.
This is a picture in the caption says the Condon, Texas, now under investigation.
Okay. Why don't we go back to the prepared listener, please? Whoever's on this
Everyone a ticket because she didn't have sex the night before.
So, I got a lot of questions about all the videos and genetics. I don't know why people are so worried about
is the way she smells. D-I-N-T. Didn't get cracked last night. Don't say crack. Didn't get cracked last night, so everyone's getting a ticket. Now she's on the ministry.
There's definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who are 12 there's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence showing any significant mixture of the contact changes in the population. These conspiracy-minded people and you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. I can ask you narrowly expose their knowledge. So at least there's a large amount of Italian DNA. But the other question is, this question, I hate to ask this, but what many of the genetic conditions in the human population are a result not of intermarriage, but were brought slaves by the Roman Empire, female slaves by the sexual property of the Isn't it the case that they use that person to Jewish because his mother is Jewish, because this Jewish family will go like the way it's creating a gratitude to Mr. Gallo, social life. And the answer is complex. The reason why you're doing it. The fact is that we get to the 21st century, actually, really, there are Jews who want to rise to traditional naturally understanding definition. This is basically the definition of Jewish, where the Jew is a child of the Jewish mother, that's the definition that has been working definition for about 2,000 years. Depending on how you definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish male who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered Jewish. Something really like Moses, Joseph, and others. And so some scholars have said, well, there is like macro Judaism. He is from a father defined mother defined. The traditional Jew is not quite like that. Particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren are birthed from daughters Jewish, grandchildren birthed from son, presumably not Jewish women, are not considered Jewish. There's a lot of discussion in traditional commentaries why we swear these three facts. So we have Joseph, Moses, Mary, and her friend is like smoking and you're out of Jesus, you know. To work out that is the chances of recognizing. And she was a real as being Jewish and not the real. She just shaking not more to say about how that works out. But in the 20th century, she was a saw tattoos, she saw some muscles. He was such a pro. And I said to him, if there's anything I can do to get out of this 10K, like but to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of material that is belongs to sexual violence. However, when you look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic elements, where scholars are able to analyze DNA and work back through generations to when we identify nature. Incursions of other peoples into what's called genetic stream. Genetic scholars have identified the 9th century, especially important time, and in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 fugitives, Italian mothers who most half of Jews who called themselves. So the short answer is telegraphic 5288. You are late on the certain amount of weight. However, this is the kind of thing where I'm sure this happens a lot. Now you got cameras going up and it's happening right now. It's happening right now. I knew a girl who used to that there was a married detective and he would come over and she was like, he has this badge and so hot. He would show up and she would serve him. It happens all the time. The cops stood there like they were so stressed. That's my best guess. The preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but I need to do more research. I should do more into this crime. Yeah, I would like to guess we're right now. We're not shaming her. No. So we're in support of our sisters. She's a human being. Give her a slap on the wrist and get her back out. Sure. I mean, he had tremendous work out. You'll be fine. You go to church. That's all. And that's what repent. Bringing that to the masses was, I mean, hugely important. Propagation of Christianity. That generation after a transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus was with some sense of how at the students afterwards. You're especially curious about that. I think the really the best thing is some teachers stores. They're good at powerful.
I saw them when I was going to get my passport. The security guard would go through the machine.
Okay, let's see.
It was so beautiful. I said, am I the only one that's like,
Also ask,
she should be on top of every I was like, oh my gosh, sometimes you gotta call it out. Jennifer, and sometimes you have it right there. Sometimes you say to yourself, what the fuck is such a fan? What the fuck is going on? People are
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jamo? Jamo, Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, what up, baby? How you living? How'd you find out about me, Pimp?
I was here before, I think like last week, but yeah, I want to join back.
That's tight. Did we talk?
Yeah, you explained yourself, like who you were, and yeah, I remember.
That's tight. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing right now, just relaxing right now.
All right. What are your plans for the day?
Just relax. I did what I had to do earlier, so I'm just home relaxing now. Rest of the day.
That's tight. What are your hobbies?
Gaming.
What do you like to play?
I like to play War Thunder, college football.
Oh, tight. Who's your team?
I have a favorite college football team, but my favorite NFL team is the Raiders.
Oh, tight. Are you a fan of
Yeah.
the move to Las Vegas?
Personally, no. I wish they stayed in Oakland.
Yeah, I wish they stayed in LA.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, it's okay.
I got you. All right. So, if we were playing college football 26, who are you choosing right now?
I would say.
Yo, dog. What's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson?
Ooh, I don't know.
That girl is fine.
Yeah, that's strange. I don't know about that.
How are they gonna do this year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to do this year. The season hasn't started yet, but they might do good this year.
Yeah,
I don't look. I'm not really a fan of the Tar Heels, but I just play that team because that's where I'm from.
I gotcha. They're the biggest question mark, perhaps, in college football. Nobody knows what's going to happen with them.
That's with any team, really. You know?
That's true, especially in college. All right, so what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson situation?
I don't know who he is.
It's a girl. That's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's 1,000 years old.
Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. Well, I think
Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck.
Okay, hold on. You said Jordan Hudson?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, she is
Word dog. So you're gonna have that on the sidelines.
Strange though, Bill Belichick and her.
Yeah, dog.
I think Bill Belichick is paying the assist girl.
I would. That girl's hot as fuck.
Yeah, yeah. I think Bill Belichick's paying her though. There's no way, like, I just don't see how else she would go out with Bill Belichick.
Word dog.
He's paying.
There were rumors that she was a high class hoe.
Okay.
All right, so you like college football. Uh, who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it?
Football. I think. Now I'm not sure because, like I said, I don't watch Carolina football that much. But I think NC State.
Okay.
I believe they've been in a few fights last season. So I think that's probably NC State. Now it could be any other team, but I think NC State.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, are you into other games? What other games you like?
The only other game I really play is Planet Side 2.
Okay, what's that?
It's like a MMO first person shooter game where like there's three factions, right? There's three factions you can play as, and every one of those factions battle a continent. They try to gain the most territory in the continent. If whoever has the most territory, by the time runs out, that's who wins the continent. So it's basically like a big first person shooter game.
Very cool.
It's fun.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's fun.
What are your other hobbies aside from gaming?
Other than that, I just like to go outside, like ride my bike, sometimes walk outside. That's really about it, to be honest with you.
Very well. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Excellent. What kind of bike you have?
It's a motor boost.
Oh, tight. Yeah. Do you like to do like BMX tricks and stuff?
To be fair, not really. I tried, but I'm not really good at it.
I gotcha. Do you have
I gotta
pet?
keep practicing.
Do you have pegs?
Pegs?
Yeah. Oh, you've got
On the
pegs?
wheels?
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah.
Then you can take a buddy.
I just like the look. Yeah, it just looks cool. Oh my god.
I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. Are they on the back tires or the front tires?
Back tires.
All right, very cool. So you like? Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like?
No, I'm single.
All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games? You like your bike? Do you play any sports?
I used to play basketball when I was younger,
What position?
but not anymore. I was a point guard.
All right, so you're good with the ball.
Yeah.
Did you turn it over a lot?
Sometimes. Yeah, I turned the ball over a few times, so they switched me over to shooting guard, and I ended up doing really well in that position because I'm actually a good shooter.
What's your height?
I'm 5'6", so I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But,
How are you at free throws?
I'm decent.
Okay. I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage?
like 75%.
Okay. All right. And you played in high school?
No, I played in middle school.
Okay, so you used to play basketball. Like any other sports?
Basketball, football, that's mainly it.
Okay, so what'd you play in football?
Oh, I didn't play football.
Oh, you just
I
like
play
football.
football.
Okay, very well. All right, do you play any fantasy teams?
Like fantasy football?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played with my family.
Oh, that's tight. When's your draft?
Yeah. My draft. Actually, wait, did they start the draft?
Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whenever.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think my dad will message me when it's about to start. So, yeah, he didn't start the draft yet.
That's really tight that you have a
Uh,
family one.
Yeah,
I,
you do draft too?
yeah, dude, I'm in 26 teams.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I do this. So here's my secret. I I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. Um, like I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against maybe like the 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 Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like I'm not too into that, but with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting, count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games like
Yeah.
much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams, and I just have the computer draft the teams because when you have 25 teams, chances are, like, I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all. So I have the computer draft all the teams. And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams and I just do auto, like, like not just auto picks, but um, like auto matchups and stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams that have winning records and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or 8 teams that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have a winner. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I've got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I've got that going for me. But then I've got this. I'm in a community. It's a cryptocurrency. I've been in there for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about because then you only have one team, and it's for money, and the people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, nothing crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And last year, 2 pick overall, and the number one pick, like if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey, and that's who went first. So I had the number 2 pick. I took Tariq Hill, and like in the first game, before the first game, he was driving too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was in handcuffs and was like just started the year off like not what we wanted. And he just didn't have that great of a season. Now this year, the number one picks are kind of there's no one player that everybody wants. So um, I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September, and then it's exciting to me. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here, dude. And then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is the red zone. You know what red zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scoring.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit. but you can stream that shit, and it makes your Sunday so much fun because it's like I don't have time to be like flipping channels and seeing what's going on. So on Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is this: every scoring every scoring play they show, and everything within the 20, but sometimes they show it a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that like they used to do it. They had no commercials, so it was absolutely no commercials, and it was all free. And I'm sitting there with my team, and just like hoping that so and so, some guy I've never heard of, who's like a second string fullback, gets the ball and scores, because it'll be
Right.
important to my team. And that kind of stuff gets really exciting to me. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL, and NFL Network owned Red Zone. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure they're going to muck it up with commercials and all kinds of garbage like that. But that's cool. It's not like I'm paying for it. I think it's $30 a month or something. But you just get it free online and then follow along with all your teams, and that's the way to do it. So at the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have at least one team generally that has won its league, and that's always kind of cool. And I try to see if like I try to win as many leagues as possible, and so that's tight. I do that with basically every major sport. So I have 25 baseball teams. There are 162 baseball games. Like that's way too much. So just once a week, I auto like I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like nobody's watching the WNBA, but it does kind of allow me to have a little bit of a pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like I'm every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever. My WNBA teams, I'm like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. And like I don't know anything really. I don't know too much hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I've got NBA teams. So those are my big ones. Then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pick 'em. I don't know if you're aware what these are, but they'll take like 10 random games, and all you have to do is pick the winners. It like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You would think like, oh, it's easy to just pick winners, but there's always upsets and stuff. And so
Right.
I'll do a college pick 'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick 'em, without the spread, just who's going to win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the fall. And if I had to give any advice to anybody, if you're not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to do it. That makes it like aside from just straight up betting on games, which really makes it interesting. Um, just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So, but if I could, I mean that's sweet that you have family who does a fantasy football, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you usually do in that league?
We just basically draft players and then just play like a regular season.
No, I know.
Like
How do
look
you
at
how do you do in like do you have
I actually won last year for the first time.
no way? Who's your first pick? Do you
yeah.
remember? Do you remember who your first pick was?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was?
I don't. I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who are you looking at for your first pick this year?
Probably Patrick Mahomes again.
All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy.
And then, well, he is. He's on a team that I hate, but he's a good player.
Yeah, he is. I I had like last year. I had my almost I would say like my favorite players, um, and they end up they ended up not like not doing as well as I would have wanted, and so this year I'm kind of like whatever. Like I don't care who who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I was like, I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. Um, what happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and it's just something I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which they I was losing by like point 0.1 points, like barely losing it some weeks. And I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me a better draft pick this year or anything, but um, so I was at the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even gonna play, like Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady like on my team. Like nobody, he hasn't played in years. But you could still draft him, or at least get him off of waivers. And so yeah, but I absolutely love um, I love doing that with that community, and that's amazing that you won. What was the prize?
Um, I didn't win anything. I just it was just like an achievement, I guess.
It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing in the family. Bragging rights.
Yeah.
All right, that's
Yeah.
cool. Very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead.
But yeah, we did fantasy football for like 5 years. Like we started like 5 years ago, and last year was the first time I won.
That's tight. That's super exciting. Okay, so who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Um, anybody else you want?
I won Ashton Gentry,
Sure.
running back.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Raiders. Yeah, see how he do. I think he's gonna do good.
From Boise.
Numbers, so I'm gonna shoot his tail.
From Boise State, right?
Yeah, Boise State. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be an interesting one because he like set the record for yardage, career yardage as an undergrad or something like that, and then I think he was the sixth pick of the first round of the um, of the Raiders. So like it'd be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back. Or he, the thing is with running backs, and it's so sad. Their average career is like 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured, and so you want to put all your money on one guy, but then like the chances are like on any play, this guy could get hurt. Which it's so much different than like a quarterback. Like a quarterback, the league does so much to protect them. Like, but like a running back, they don't care about, which is really sad. And so, they're just like, okay, well, just run it up the gut or whatever. So, yeah, that's a really good pick. So he'll be on the rookie. He'll be on the. I'm not sure where he'll go this year. Um, like in the draft, but so I don't know who I'm gonna pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft um, order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's um, Brock Bowers, the tight end from um, Las Vegas. And the the reason why I want him is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're gonna put the same amount of points up for you generally. Same with running backs. A lot of wide receivers are the same, but tight ends can differ. And it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between the top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so, and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco, and I'm a Niners fan, but um they just had a whole bunch of injuries, and so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year to being like I think I traded them at the end of the year. I mean they just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defenses. Another one, um, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was the big thing with me. Um, so so I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Okay, so the best kicker in the history of the NFL, um, he Justin Tucker. I drafted him. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He like had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations he had at massage parlors. But like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre but a terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't want to lose points with them. So um, I'm not taking that risk again. Who else did I have that it just didn't go my way? Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that tush push, and I figured like he's going to get a lot of just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move, and he got better as the season went on. So, like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then it's automatically like 6 points or whatever. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had was my tight end, Travis Kelce, who had the whole Taylor Swift thing, and I'm thinking like this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year, and then he had a down year, and that when you got like you only get so many guys to put up numbers, and if they're not performing, it's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom into anything, and then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs just because running backs can get hurt. And if back gets hurt, it's like you took this guy for a really high draft pick and then he just gets hurt. And running backs can vary week to week really, like who they're playing and if they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody like really who I drafted really highly as a running back, and I think that kind of bit me in the end because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up with some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks, and I never got that out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like a really tough defense or whatever, or he's coming off an injury or whatever, and I've got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy. And the guy who I benched puts up 62 points, and none of them, are worth anything for me. So, I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything, and those games are kind of they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out,
Right.
I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then that's off and running. It's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun. And at least in here, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people who do. We watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they don't. They do Saturday night like the end of the year. But then there's the Sunday games where um, we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And that Monday night game can get really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy to get like all your guys are done, but you've got one last guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. And or maybe all your guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing. So you have to watch because of that if you want to know what's going to go on. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So um, that's kind of
Yeah.
that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah.
I just watch the highlights.
Absolutely, dude. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, what okay, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation, where some guys get like the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Um, some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like it's too subjective with these referees that it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me. And not it used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, this never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of seven series. I don't care who it is. You choose the teams. All right, you'll get team one beats team two by 50 points game the first game. Like to me, that would tell me like team one is just superior to team two. Yet team two in the second game will beat team one by 30 points. It's like how is it like that? Like shouldn't these games be closer? Like shouldn't you be if these teams are really that like competitive that you shouldn't have these blowouts that happen, but it just does. Um, I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver, though I wasn't of David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, that then you're not letting the game do its job. Then you're letting then the commissioner has to come out with excuses for the refereeing and all this other stuff. So, like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico, whatever from uh, Dallas trading, um, trading,
Oh yeah.
what's his name?
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like surprise, surprise, they get the number one pick, and Dallas gets the number one pick. And then the other weird thing is, then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like it raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's very business oriented, and I just don't like that about it. I like ball, and so like I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights or like 3-on-3 like leagues just because like those guys nobody's watching so they can just you watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz. You shouldn't make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards and if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that no matter who for who it is, no matter who it is. And if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who, have to make jump shots, and it's not just going to be, I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time because you'll get called for the foul. You can either play basketball one of two ways, I feel. You can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on a court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that they're free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys will learn. And that's just kind of how I feel that when it gets subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. Um, so, yeah. And so I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago, and he got caught gambling on the NBA, and they said it was just a and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling is taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, like not like there is now on your phone. And now you get players who are getting involved in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in the MLB who got in trouble just recently um, because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically, they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy like balls just on that one, and they were making a lot of money doing it because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of a prop bet, they still pay out the same. So
Right.
I think that's changed just how players are playing. There are some players. It's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points with 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over under, and it's just confusing. Like normally the players are like, okay, we lost, that's fine, but one guy's just still going all out just so that he gets like that 7.5 point over under or whatever. It's changed the game.
Right.
And so I'm not a big fan of the NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like purer. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like
I
and,
agree.
and I looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one who gets like 4 touchdowns every. But
Right.
in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton Gentry, and
Yeah.
he gets like they're not playing anybody each week, so he's putting up huge amounts of numbers, and that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks some running back who is playing tough competition each week isn't going to have the same kind of numbers as some of these other guys. So, and then there's also the thing where there's like it's just so broad. There's so many more players to get that can cause issues. But I think with now they like moving the college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football, and then when that happens, you get fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And
Right.
even you'll get fantasy women's basketball And then you might even see it branch out to other sports like uh, college baseball, that kind of stuff. Which, which when that happens, I mean, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it can cause, um, it can be tempting for guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for some betting. And so I think that, yeah, that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, Jamo,
Yeah.
your team doesn't need to win. You don't need to even score. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever, or to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball on this play. I'm feeling it, coach. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's cool, or the reverse of that, where they say, look, you don't have to score. You don't have to catch the ball. Just don't get 5 yards in on the drive. We've got an over under of 5 yards. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game. You just say, "Oh, coach, my knee stuck." So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't. It's a huge temptation, and I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I don't want I want players to decide the games. I don't like when referees decide the games. Here's the one that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, like we still have the chain game, and we don't have like laser positioning of the ball. If you understand what I mean, like basically, the chain gang is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there. It's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like, it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball, midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old fashioned system of the chain gang when I've seen they have, like, that to me is ridiculous. Now, it is, and it's a way that they rig it. And the reason why is they never show where the chain gang starts. So like when they're let's say you're like a foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a foot backwards. And it's just, they have the the referee and the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the referee just goes up and says, "Oh, we're a foot short," but they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's just this little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which there already is a chip in the ball, and it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went down. And um, like I know it's kind of like still in its early stages, because what if a guy reaches the ball out, or what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang is just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to. There's so much riding on just it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that, or we do, but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is the balls and strikes in baseball, and they're starting
Oh yeah.
they're starting to use the umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that, like, you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great. He's got a 92% accuracy rating. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not not good.
Right.
Why not have it? That's high. Yeah. Why not have it be 100% of the time it's accurate and correct? And it's like, oh well, and again they use it because they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. You know, I didn't like I I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the best, the great Bambino, 714 home runs, like the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah.
But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They were, they had really small contracts or whatever. Um, and that kind of mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make it up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet on the game. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it will be. Um, and that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which was the basketball and the NBA betting scandal that happened like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players. The NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And the NBA referees are making like, at the time it was like $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got, and so how do I get it? I start point shaving, and like that's a big one too, and it's really hard to stop. Is point shaving? Are you familiar with what point shaving is?
I actually don't.
That's okay. So imagine you got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, "All right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally would. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still gonna win, but just don't win by as much. And we're gonna make sure that you all get money." This was a big. There have been big controversies about this in college basketball, and it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets or Charlotte Bobcats, whatever they are. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to beat them by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all, and it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they were going to win by. That's why it's called point shaving. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Who cares or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Just don't get up by more than 20 points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just might have a team just not play as hard, or put in its backups or its bench players or whatever, turn the ball over if they need to, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. So I think point shaving could be a big issue as well. And on top of that, nothing changes at the end of the game for the team. They still won. the guys still get to score. They just don't do as well as they would have done. And I think that's a big thing. So with all of these things, I have lost my sense of like sports um, are the ultimate like what's the word? Um, Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because um, they're there's it's really easy for them um, to
Yeah.
cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Otani is for the Dodgers?
He's a pitcher, right?
Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated hitter, pitcher and yeah, and so he plays both ways, and he's like the best player in baseball easily right now. Well, he had a situation
Right.
where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and
Oh my god.
yeah, but not just a little bit of money, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Otani who was doing it, and just they got caught or whatever. But because baseball did not want to um, lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out like last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it might have been like a um, untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s, why he took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. There's always been the theory that that was a punishment from David Stern because he was betting on basketball.
I see.
So when you there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life and the superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You got your bike, you got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends?
To be fair, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, big dog. And I don't want to take
I appreciate that, man.
absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody with whom to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football
Okay.
or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC?
UFC. I never really listened to it that much.
Dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until
Yeah.
I a few fights, and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, everything, because it's like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, these guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting each
Right.
other to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, uh, next there'll be like a UFC like mid like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. And man, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number two sport in the United States in the next decade. If I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball is lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, is limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say this guy's going to beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say this guy's going to beat up, and they can understand it immediately. It has a very low um, barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm like you were. I was like that like 2 years ago or so. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC. Even their biggest people, like Conor McGregor and stuff, I didn't know who that was. And there was like at one point, you'll watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like, if not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, you know, it's like it's like every person's dream. Like, who would beat up whom? Is, like every little kid thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. It's gonna. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the #2 sport in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, because I've seen like highlights of it. Like highlights of the fighters. It was actually interesting.
It is. It's
But I haven't looked into your highlights in a long time.
and it has everything that boxing has, but more because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing's not cool, it is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You can basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does on the street. You see some guy and you're like, could I take this guy? Or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody. And it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, well, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard of, and I just didn't have a lot of interest in it. And then I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they do like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow.
Right.
So with boxing, they only generally a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of like maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds. Sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5 minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other. And it's just it gets really exciting that and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay per view or whatever that you can just stream, you're going to get to watch like 12 different fights. And even if you don't think that you have no dog in the fight, you don't care about the country the guy's fighting for or his size or anything about him, it's just interesting to see two guys or women go at it and, like basically see who's the better competitor. And you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch, the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is the NFL in a decade. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have um, UFC every weekend. They're called like fight nights. So the next big one is gonna be August 16th. So like in a week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's the off season, and with basketball, there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season with UFC, so you literally there's always something going. So, again, I was like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched a whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like that these guys, they're like it's phenomenal. So check it out if you can. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but JMO, I'm glad you came in here. Well, I'm just.
Yeah, I'll be chilling here. What show are you watching right now?
Sure. I like Jewish history lectures, so I don't know how exciting it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And if you've got other stuff to do, that's cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay?
All right, thank you, man. I'll be here. I'll be playing my game right now, actually, but I'll still be here on the call.
Absolutely.
I'll probably be muted though.
That's totally fine. I get people who stay in here for like days on end. So you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around somebody, I'm here for you, big dog. Okay?
Okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you: if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lectures, sometimes there's echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it. Don't get such an echo. Just so heads up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Abram and Hagar, this is Delshan asking, Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael. Was he not a Jew? Was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It's obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think it would not be considered Jewish by the standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of this. This is hard to say. Stuff the professor. Bart Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra and probably one of their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of a real acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and were still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Sean writes, is Rothschild as important to our Jewish culture as Yiddish language? I would think not. Yiddish, we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Rothschild is much more recent. Joseph writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies speaking of ancient Anatolian Levantine DNA. Interesting. My understanding was more from the region of Piedmont. But Joseph, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. minutes left. Is anyone else in the relation of the book have any notes or other questions from the audience? Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy in some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the first royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Now, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of Israel, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties in this now. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is Manning First, who wrote a book under the title of, I can't remember it, it's Mitchell First, so First, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, I think volume 3, that explains it. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abraham and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Having done a video about this, etc. I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Rabbi, G-R-A-B-B-E. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, C-L-E-I-N. So, and it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And that, I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a book introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that Delshon also mentioned that I referred to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Kashikani says she likes this, we should try it again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbi of Klausburg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. He's a great biography. I'll be available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked a little straight, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and have an excellent day. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat. If you can hear me all right, you see me all right. Let's see, sounds like it's working. Waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Oh, very good. Okay, got some confirmation. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef, Delshon, London, Jane, Lottie Roth, Army Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So while that I think are really useful. Please add your comments to your own. I see Michael Klein. Look at that. And seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Ryan. Oh my gosh, somebody. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello. Hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, the last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement in Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but it looks very fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clement, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. One of the church fathers, apparently. He has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-reading audience. And so, in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism that's very common among the church fathers. So, really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating the sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Christianity. So, we can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timeline of Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. Had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you really mean are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So, I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. All these people lived and all these things happened, and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university, and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later, during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which is written by a Talmudic reader named Rabbi Yosef ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784. This is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So, what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Because the king described in the book of Esther should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings. Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I will refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, First. The title is something like Calendars and Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because it's a problem that's been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right and the Greek historians are wrong. We will find certain segments of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And this I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded named Rabbi Wine, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the longer issue. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell first. Great. Someone named Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course. We will win this. We have to get rid of us. Israel time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, I really should not have advertised this kind of questions. So, what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther, Mordecai, and Achashverosh? Once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who was living entirely within the world of Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous agadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loves her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion. But, the text seems to imply green as in, green screen. This is the blue screen, but the green screen. And so, on one level, this really it has to do with how do you understand Godic statements in the Talmud. But on another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of, this is the word is pain, a level of like, she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important. And so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that Mike Klein is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in the Megillah she also married Mordecai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey, but I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Dividend. Thank you for supporting the research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, I should hear him because of his name, I shouldn't, but Hiram Dividend asked, at double bit, Elma Fortnite, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah Book of Esther maybe represents an idea of maturity and non-personal vision? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts? I mean, do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that maybe like one would sort of listen to? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text. Shot them as sod and drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not like to remind people I'm not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy. Okay, questions. Let's see what else we got here. So let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bulgarian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened? They got them accepted. I'm asking if you got the Jewish community. So, excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spent most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple and simple being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically in the Jewish community, like many countries, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long-lost cousins, as long-lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here. Per Olaf Singer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stanza, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine heritage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely we have no evidence that he was rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Barachia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of his great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? No question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime. You can see primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time of whatever distortions may happen in historical records as it is. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Here. I don't know what persevere means. What do I think of Yehuda Lab? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Lab? A mentor, a licensed archaeological research, was written permanent the first number. And unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say. I do want to address one issue related to saying the 12 books. So let me just quickly scan the chat here. Why, Martinez asked, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox shuns and Nussim conversos from converting back to Judaism? Most of God bless his memory was also a converso. Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, there's, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generality. So, but even with the specific statement, I don't think the Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically B'nai Nussim conversos from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism. Period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew, B'nai Nussim, means the children of those who were forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who, primarily in Spain in 1391 and later in 1410s, and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497, were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. The reason being the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity at various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians and adopted Judaism technically. The behaviors were definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an elevator if you like to. But if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as Gelus Nechota, converting of more stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in mikvah without the reciting of a blessing. So that happens all the time. And I have members ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and the Itareans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilt the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time, things rebuilt the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times, things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing religion. Wow. Let's see here. Sean London, John says, why are we so Sheol bent? Sheol is that's a word in English for the underworld. On being servantine. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. And the Bureau of Jews said, who cares? Just get past it. So I cut like 10 pages of the book specific on Jews. So thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Yerem Bibida. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Agadol, found it could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of the crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is now like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has, it's actually like a pretty awful thing. The photograph is included in my first volume, which got, by the way, God willing, will come out around the time. I hope that will be nice so we can see it. And it's got an ankle bone and a nail driven through it. The nails could not be removed from the ankle. So they simply cut the cross as it were, and very literally nailed still in this book. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest that he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. What we got here? This asks, are Yeshua in the Talmud, the Jesus of a Christian, the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Zakkai that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the 1st century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshua." And that name is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. Most of them, I think, seem to let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rothschild'S Nissan. We do have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas this Shabbos, next Shabbos, for a Shabbat home there. Because we're going to put together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. Yeah. So I think I'd like to skip away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people that say to me, like, hey, haven't you read Elon Musk? And I did, read Elon Musk. So he's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, the historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives, and probably discover new things? And we have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in, being an iconoclast and destroying old models and really building what are effective models. That's why I do not rely on Iran Kafir's research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason. Okay. Let's see. Shoshana, so Shoshana Kiryas, the Rabbi asked historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards the relaxing condition. It's a good question. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons. And asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like this? Zero. Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism or attracted to it. So it's really the Hebrew word hikiru, meaning drawing closer. But at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there is a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that of course I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological interest. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic or face-to-face communication. Those positives are all the result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you would have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish cases, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. They become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will. Maybe they're interesting. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that belong to the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Avery is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that's used to describe Abraham, the patriarch of the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, that is avar, meaning other side, or to cross. And so people argue that,
how are you, Robert?
Perhaps calling Abraham from.
Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello? Robert?
On the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel, if possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that go on. The whole world on one side and Abraham's on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Odnar ERN. I know how many people have unbroken initials verifying them as Kohanim. How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, the first century. It became much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies, and so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and around the first millennium. But then there's a big.
Living the dream, Pimp. How are you?
How do you guess from Rashi back to the first century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider.
There you go. Hey, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi.
So it's really it's impossible to verify. On a genetic level, there's some fascinating studies that.
All right, cool story, bro.
Specifically at the Y chromosome, some people claim
That's what I said. Come to my Discord, Big Ben.
And that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line of the argument of God
All right,
is
you're a
that
big boy. You can figure it out.
really know for sure who is actually a Kohen.
Okay.
So much
Enjoy your
that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century,
inebriation.
who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Pidyon event where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure that his best chance of actually fulfilling that. Most Jews today, for myself, I'm also a firstborn male, it's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter, garbage truck in the summer, and he was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope, for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sunday. For those of you who are marching Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience, lifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Quark Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Floor Panel Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikrot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Quark Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. It makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Corinne publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about it. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikrot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read on a yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of Jewish studies for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikrot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikrot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases, 2 parsha if they're like typically read together. So the Mikrot Gedolot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikrot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating. so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than a great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation itself is tremendous. Yeah. And then you have, sorry, I opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, actually, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciated it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement, and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question he's saying to Shiva. What's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the question as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from it. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font, it is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters, and I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main book, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series, and I hope that's not your thoughts. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved here. The managing editor, Rabbi, but I think the strongest editing voice to this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein, who's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book. It's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has this sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Rothschild'S, lots of Midrash and so on, but also Zebra. Wow, I never studied Zebra before. Of course, I read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Hilo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, right? You'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, and the others. But also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben Aramba, like the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, this is so interesting. He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual to have the standard, modern commentators like the Hayek Davar and so on, but you have Shal, Rabbi Samson McDowell Hirsch, brilliant, brought it in here. Rabbi Hamel, 20th century thing, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Leibowitz, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Torah. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this is really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. Then the book concludes, or at least concludes the way I chose to read it, because of course we'll read it from both sides, but with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz. I have to say, they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Court writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They address a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything, and it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of production. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's huge return on investment in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Flemish for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So Sunday morning, as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon, I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through the case set. And this morning, I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Torah Mikro and Dora. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative. And thank you, Matthew Miller, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your listening. Thank you very much for watching. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. So this is an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Jews, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are non-Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term, is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within the ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish, but about half of the world's Jews are not Israeli. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jewish population. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionists and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of differences of opinion on a host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey on terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine vary significantly over the space of the last 50 years. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already as received from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic, Palestine, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Palestine, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Palestine, which has the slogan from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying you're saying essentially, at least the small Jews here, that there's no space for Israel, there's no space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, move around, are many Jews find this deeply offensive. So, in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this science series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these things. So let's move to the Ottoman period, specifically the area we'd like to concentrate the 19th century, understand how this concept expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in chairs is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons. One of which is that there was always a small group of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having looked at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century when we started to provide more reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Jews were included in the survey amounted to about 88% of the population. Christians about 8% and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there's a significant shift in Jewish attitudes. And many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rampant much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov, house of Jacob, let us arise and go to Israel and colonize it there in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did work the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews in the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really the imagination of Jews living around the world saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster, English language posters, helping build Palestine. Once again, clearly a Jewish poster at the bottom is written Yiddish. Help Yehudah and Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy land in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's powerful. It's kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the older settlements did have very strong social feelings. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, of course, the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Jews, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living on the land. And by 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked by 1946, even more dramatically. In fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arab world, and they were adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that historical literature discusses. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are dressed differently, educated very differently, engaged in different kinds of cultural activities, which many Muslims find shocking and different as well. Russians to essentially divide up the region. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour, this is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50 years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading. And it was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England is going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the other hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for the Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab people living there do not object. That's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something that will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned earlier, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That's when they become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots excuse the occasional Jewish riots against Arabs as well, but throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 with very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as a cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a nuclear commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section, this is in chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general and of the specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring to Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of it being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Peel report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment. But that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the explorations on it comes out. The Arabs desired to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desired to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in our lecture. The Peel report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews of the homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the ways the population had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. There's also that kind of like, it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone allowing for access to the holy sites of Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again. The British again are very good at establishing commissions. And he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to pull the lid off Jewish desperation. Because look at this time we're talking about, it's the late 1930s, anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler, and of course World War II would begin just a few months after the white paper came out, and immigration of Jews anywhere was a concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Israel. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in their ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the Arab put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They wish it someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. The entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem on to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. Here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that defines the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish, 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes, and the goldenrod area also connected by little wastes, and a 7th section was to be displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were signs of the state of Israel in 1947, the Sister Alliance, but after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundary somewhat more defensible. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them on their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable, stronger, demographically, and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be solved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the future will help. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century in this very complex problem, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 to the early Oslo Accords of 1993. I would subtitle this War to the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this issue because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent, coherent, and will help provide some background to understanding what we're in the current crisis today. History and your paternal history memories are closely interrelated. History is like memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, what exactly happened? You don't realize that every country tells something about history. We tell it from a different perspective. Consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection with a traffic accident. They both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated in that action. So when we look at something far important is a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. How much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we are standing and what kind of perspective we have.
Alright, so since there's been some talk of running shot potentially fighting again, I thought now would be a good time to take a look back at the intervention Rabbi gave him to get him to stop fighting, because this was obviously a pivotal moment in Ryan's life and career, and it's probably one of the most intense podcasts of all time. I mean, this was like 2 days after Brennan's last fight, where he got TKO'd in round 1 by Travis Brown. So going into this, Brennan was already depressed, and then Joe started telling him he's not as talented as the other fighters in his division.
Displays the behavior of the enemy to the state of the negative side. He understood the national historiography that aims to create opportunity for the state of Israel to be and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiography
first smart women Patreon like 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough where people say, you are that as a Christian, all free, a natural thing. It's going to do it. I'm flirt with the idea of Patreon. I'd be down for it. If we not really done, I'd be down for it. Just to get around so long. Are we speaking as we work together? One thing we have to to beef. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, and you can really do super content. So you never think God you love it. And get distributed. That's why but you have to give incentives after 12 years old. Show why the better matters. So you have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. And I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. Be trained. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. Sure. If you get something behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you do extra episodes, you do longer episodes, just for me. I'm going to give them rings to us. That's right. That makes sense. Now, Aria, though, that's my biggest fear. Aria, now, to commit to it, because it's going to be a beast. No. All right. Great. What do you think, Jay? I'm never exposing gifts. Just adding to the extra sort of hardware, and then sort of versus manufacture episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, just enjoy content. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we can just so you can show your music on their videos. It's the free. Wow, that's not real. Just be complete. You guys are pretty cool as is. Every now and then, we'll have to do something. On Beyonce, figure out outlandish things that you I was just saying, like, saying names. That kind of stuff. Give me something else. I'll give you heard of it. Yeah, give you a shout out. Shout out to you. You're expensive. It's not a Cigars is yes, sir, yes, sir. So I want to get a little long tickets. It's been a couple of months on the ground. This guy here. It's 35 plus. Where's time the peas? Why are you rather look at some more recording? Yeah, that too. But to get how many you got? What do you got? You? I just those orientation. If you went page, you know how those orangutans feel strong. You know, headphones in there, just peel out. You know, you're like a baby orangutan was so strong, man, beat the shit out of it. I would have opened your ass up like a fucking cupboard, just. And then what are you gonna do with it? Like I'm getting raspberry jelly. I'm gonna there we go. What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you do then? Crack. Oh, crack. I know, but now I'm not a hot female cop. From me. Crack. And so now the air's getting in there. What are you gonna do after that? You gotta fill a hole. Oh man. You know what? I'm cracking, dude. Well, trade a lot of items on crack. Well, he certainly, I think that's a wires you up a little bit. I can't talk about that. He's more than younger than you. Yeah, he's 3 years. Crack isn't good for the skin. He's also looking at real children. Yes, he should. He still should get prison. But listen, that's not the point here. The point is he's 100% spot on with his statement. Yes. I just want to know, like, it's like, there are files. I don't think there's going to be anything. I don't think you're going to find any smoking. Yeah, I think that shit's all done. I have to. I think it's all been. Even in his job, you're going to have to learn anything. Yeah, the motion engine, because they go away. You guys were talking about lines. So, makes me say this. G-Ball, hired an attorney to potentially sue anyone who talks about this or claims that he's fixing lights. Like even podcasters. I think they're even going to Pierce Morgan. Now, I don't think any of it. The only fight where I'm like, okay, this is just a glorified smart match is the Tyson one. I think there was an agreement there not to kill Tyson. Yeah. And so fixed is not the term for it. But I will say this. I love Jake Paul. But if he were to beat Anthony Joshua, would fix it. Don't sue me, would fix it. Allegedly. I don't think that fight with Travis Jr. was fixed. That's the one that they're talking about. I don't think those are fixed. They get fired up. All those fights have been real. It's just the only one where I do think there was some sort of agreement being like, hey, Mike, take this fight. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to hit you. It's going to be real. I'm not going to take you out. I'm going to fucking crack you. He was eating Julius Caesar shot him. But he wasn't like Tyson. Yeah, so this attorney's one who has worked with Jay-Z, Elon Musk, and Tom Holland. And you see this thing here, Paul McClure, he's going to defend his name. Obviously, we know he was fed up with the narrative with Pierce Morgan weighing on his Billboard stage bullshit. I can see what Jay's doing there. Because all the Nate Diaz, right, as real as they get, badass, blah, blah, blah. So, when you fought Nate, do you think Nate agreed to that? No, that's real. Nate's not going to sign up and agree to a fight. If you know Nate Diaz, he's a fighter's fighter, and he was actually trying to win that fight. He didn't lose that fight on purpose. So I'm with Jake on this. I'm with Jake, but are you going to go after, like, because this is only make it worse. So they'll be able to go after guys like Pierce Morgan, and let's say he's being blasted somehow, they're not. But let's say there was, like Rogan said it was fake, Schultz, like big names, like can't go after them because they have money. But you're not going to go after 0076 underscore slapdick. That he posts a fight of him winning, that goes, it's rigged. Hold on, you can't win that fight. Is that it? That's it for the Jake Paul thing. You guys want one more? Okay, you know what? These Super Bowl videos are usually for last night. Yeah, I guess let's end on Liz. Okay, so this is her. Is responding basically to she's mimicking Sydney Sweeney's exact commercial, and this is her own version. See what she has to say. Let's see. If Not my type. How's it? Give me Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, there's leaning into whatever it is. But does it that body positivity? All I see is diabetes. No, her cholesterol's fucking disaster. Her insides are see whatever you want. Well, kids, come see me in San Diego, August 22nd, 23rd. Then see me at the Covina Lab Factory, September 11, 12, 13, I think. And then I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19, 20. All right, kids, that's it. Last month for Drive Path. Oh, yeah, that's right. The giveaway ends this month. I'm going to put all this thing for a hot second. 2024 TRX over $50,000 in upgrades. And it's going to go away at the end of the month. This is it. We're dropping new merch. We have some new special incentives. So get on down. We got our new bundles now. Methylene blue. We got the greens on there. We got all the new merch. Diesel Dad, everything. Go to drivepathsallgas.com. It's this month, so get to it. All right, kids, this is the Fine Kid. We're out. Hello, Brian. Anybody just working my neck a little bit. Oh, wrestling today. Did some duck cutters, did some arm tracks, 2 single legs and stuff like that. So working my wrestling because that's priority. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you're putting all your eggs in that basket. It's not bad. It's just that I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big, they can sense, and they don't know there's literally something called the Achilles heel. There's literally something called the back of your knee. So after the Brian Tough and I just go keep you busy. That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right? For a little bit. Because his head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the back of your neck. What would be cool is if you did it so much you could go 58. That would be the oldest guy who gets cleaned out. It's like, guys, what I'm doing now. But there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. And I talked to Brigham and Ways as well. There's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, or something. I got to do something. It's very breaking down. Yeah, you're right. All the time. And by the way, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around. Still alive. Yeah, still alive. Still alive. Oh, look at this. But that can be you, man. Shave your head. Give up. Some gear. That looks natural. Yeah. By the way, my 47 I can shred, Bill. Shred. That can be you, dude. Could be me. Yeah, it took a long time to get that level. Yeah, his dick at that age is stop. Yes. Rob that guy right there. Hey, I love that look. The guy was wearing his car look. Actually, that's probably real. Yeah. I bet you that guy's like 50. You know what? That's what you realize right now. I'll get 40 because if you shave his beard, my God, it's that influencer that we had on the show. Right? Yes. No. Yeah, that's a photo shoot. It's probably a couple of days today. Maybe. Like I said, it's got some tits on it. See how the nipples start to fall down? What's he gonna do about it, dude? That'd be what is it? That's gyno. Yeah, or just saggy tits. Or gyno. He's got to be seized. Yeah. You see how it gets loose on the end, like you can Hogan had that, and gets that. We gotta tighten that up. It's how you have to have surgery. Yeah. Well, some things work like surgery. Once your tits get saggy, we got a problem. Dude, Bosnia had tryouts yesterday. I was on my team with Bosnia had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have them because in the evaluations they put with the 8-year-olds. It's fun. They care 8-year-olds. Oh my God. You have to catch pop flies, which isn't his thing. Kids are scared of pop flies. They have to get grounders, and then you gotta find that bats. Pop flies are companies that always. Yeah, I'm scared to hit in the face. Yeah. Aussie ball out though. You made squad. Yeah. 8-year-old squad. Really? No. At 5. No. 1 5 for 5. Pop flies we gotta work And the guy goes, "That's your name." We need to work on his bottom line. So there you go, finish it up. I was fighting the coach. He goes, "How do you think you did?" But he goes, "Definitely the best player here." He said, "Yeah." It's like, "All right, dude. All right, definitely the best player here." Yeah, well, because some of the kids, it's Rex. Yeah, not fine. Be a little worried about that. I had a couple one time, and she goes, I don't know, I mean, these, I had friends who were older, and they were actors, and I was kind of unimpressed. I liked them a lot. And she said, "So your Brian's girlfriend?" She goes, "He likes him." She just looks at him, she goes, "Hey, he likes him beautiful and young." So I was like, I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful and young, smart as a whip. Smart as a whip. Smart as a whip. That's all. And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like, you don't have to let me say that. You don't have to say that. It's all about you. Yeah. When Bossy said that at 5, you like it. And it just is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports. Like, you know, especially because he's 5, and he's by far the smallest kid. Yeah. And he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, best kid here. Alright, so gun to my head, do nothing your girlfriend, right? I don't know if she said she's hard to win, but I don't like how you made that seem like Boz was saying the same thing. He's a 5-year-old playing with 8-year-olds. She did say, like, you know, you don't want to smart, so just smart. Well, that's where the win that I had. You make that for this one. We would have arguments where she would be like, "Well, I'm really intelligent." She'd say stuff like that. She won't say that. And I was like, you know me, I was when I was younger, you know, once I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria? Crazy. Yeah, right. And there were a lot. I was like, she's from a college degree. She was, no. She was, I love that she could take this side of this. She was, today's sponsor is right there. And I'll do something with Ken Holmes. I mean, let's see, should we get into it? Are we concerned about trust? Nobody else is listening? I remember I didn't get her on, and she was on stress as well. And she took me this movie. That's, she had my leader today's performance. And she had all the name. Let's see what feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that. She knew the play there. And I was like, what in the world? She had a whole new world. And that's what you do. You like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I see that this is great. That's not great. Is that the next? As a female kid, today's country, it's just all that I did. Let's see what it's just college stuff. Did you see finally when you see this? To me, criticizing not everything this way out. I did not see it until you responded to that to me. And I take the money. Now, let me be very clear. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck. Yeah. It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket, some other players can probably use it. But here's my thing, though, and I'm a family guy. I expect a rebuttal whenever you criticize a fighter or fighters. Yeah, well, I think he went hard in the press. I think so whenever you call a fighter, I expect a response of the fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same level, she said that. That's because I'm not going to. No, but did he go professional beats up.
Boxing is chess, boxing is checkers, and MMA is chess. Just because of different ways you can move in chess, boxing is backside scenes. That's it. Boxing
Is if you're gonna start a
chat GPT. How do I talk chess? He's the if you're gonna take a decision, you don't have to sell it. Interesting. She says they should come on and figure out what I said. Either way, those things are your handlers. Like you can't get that from entertaining. When someone fans are gonna be going, how do I just I just need to get somebody to do First of all, other guys understand and second of all, that's not all the issue. It's so weird. You're 12 years, you can end the frame, your team, he's already been to those guys in the body, but coming back on, right? And this is prototypical strategy. How do I talk to him about a job? He's young, he's a meathead, he's bad at podcasting, he was a bad fighter, if I put some drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put it in ChatGPT, how do I talk to him about a job? Again, he's overseas, I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb yourself, I might call myself an idiot, right? He's not talking to you about it. He's talking to me about my fans, which is, if you listen to me, that means I'm dumb. He's the fan, right? And then he goes, Print Shop show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. YouTube just fuck them. It's right. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, maybe took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like my column. Even not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. So you put more money in my pocket. And I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know Marcano, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer, dropped out of that and pursued fighting. So he's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, I can't podcasts, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to run another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. You saw it. It got to you. You have another grown man who's built a platform in here. Money has a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here. And you're making fun of me. Wait, it might have been that he let it go and then Ariel asked him about it. No. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's correct. But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that? That's the point. No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on. Brian doesn't. He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a fight. Did he go on there for other? He doesn't have a fight coming up, right? So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? Nothing right. Maybe release some brand or some brand deal. Now he went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have the he's trying to podcast and Bobby, right? Weird. Who was the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know this? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it Show Me the Money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying you never be champion?
let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. If I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You'll look at the fucking lane at 55 things fighting out. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat Beastie, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all the top of the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dover, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's my fault. He was a base, but he's not. He was fake high. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out at short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. So if we're just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot is the shot. Fucking 99. When you're just being honest, you're being honest, and it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not gonna call him dumb and all this shit, blah blah blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? If I'm the main event, right? Got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, well, he's already lost 2. He might say, baby. She's I think 200 or 300,000. It's not. I don't know. About 120,000. So he's off on his numbers. I showed him in the back. So he's not actually turning down 200,000. This might turn down below 100,000, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, you kind of think about it. It probably takes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, he thinks Dana's gonna scratch his back, which I doubt he is. Maybe they don't. Is I'm gonna do fighters in Spain. If they give me a bad matchup, I'm gonna make way less than more money. But you still want more. That's gonna extend my career. Yes. So that's gonna extend my career to 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more money. So I think he's playing chess. I think he's chess. I want to assume he's going to. That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be smart. Sort of. He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say it. He goes, it's a pride thing. It's a respect thing. It probably is as well. It's probably a little bit. It's all garbage. And I'm coming from a guy who's been around at least way longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, maybe you're right. Maybe you get a favorable matchup and then you extend your career. Maybe. Today, it never works out that way. It never scratches back. Just don't. It's all great. He's the most dangerous business you can be in. Because there's no way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes. Hey, dude, tight move showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup. You can win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Mercado saying that 55 is the most tough division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super. What's his ranking, right? Top 15. 13 overall. I think that, yeah. You're not hardest to be ranked top 13 in the world. I think what you just said what a lot of people think. Right? Anyone that knows what sport is knows I'm 100% correct. say he higher than that before he lost 2. So, top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on it. But again, they get upset about that. I get it. I understand that. I expect him to blow back the rest of it. Keep it going. Dude, I got 2 fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that I never got that you were actually attacking Mikado anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all.
And also, we may have a great relationship with Dan, though, and he may have been my.
So the top guys just don't take the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effect from taking the money.
Yeah, like you said, Dana would say take the money. It's already been Dana would be like, oh, dude, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
And that's why I'm glad he's on the money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking it, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Only 3% aren't. I don't think he's not taking it. But again, I don't know what Kyle's financial situation. And, he was going on to be a lawyer. And I don't know his family in Brazil. My daughter does a lot more good than does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's a different ball than all of us. Cage not using it, I think he said he turned out 200. That's not the case. It turned out about 100 something. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People figure it out. They actually turned out about 100 something. It's still a ton of money about the taxes. I can see why he's like, just give me a good matchup. Because that's the long term. So I think he's trying to play.
What's a good matchup for him?
I don't know where he's at. Chandler. Big name, like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Finland.
That'd be a fun fight.
It's a fun fight. It's a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, he's a good man. Good fight. Keep away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that weird?
He's a black belt on the ground. He's still black belt.
Are we not going to see Taporia, Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Sorokin.
Yeah, I don't know. If they're going by the rankings, it should be Sorokin. It's a tough sell. Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for that. It's a tough sell.
So that was
Now, I would love to sell it. I could sell it. But to the fans and the ranking, if you really think I jump from 9, it should be the Chandler. Jump to the QFC, the Sorokin.
That's a very, very problematic.
If it's any other sport, this isn't the conversation.
Very, very problematic for any sport.
They still do.
Do you think he should be favored? Really? Okay.
I mean, 2 years.
Yeah, he walks around about 190 to where he is. I have no idea. So he's very big. 55 is, in fact, yeah, 40 is so insane. What he did to Charles Oliveira.
Split decision. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira against Sorokin. No, Sorokin.
I'm talking about this sport.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about Sorokin. Remember that his last one was Charles Oliveira. That was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say that might win 2 more rounds. Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Sorokin. And then he misses weight in the championship fight. And that's when I was like, oh, that's how he got a fucking opportunity.
It's gonna be.
UFC's fucking, it's owned by TKO, it's WWE. What's gonna be the bigger fight? Patty, much bigger fight. Not the only one. Just so tickets, I'm not kidding.
What kidding? Because we all the fight fans want to see what Sorokin can do here.
The hardcores on Sorokin, and Sorokin deserves it. He's ranked fucking #1 for a reason. you can't fight weekends, kind of hold on fights. Argument there is that doesn't work. Sure, could only hold that one fight now. It was the fight. I think last time shots were at work. Because money-wise, he thinks it's right. Actually, I think it's better for most people think. I think Patty's better for most people. I do too. I think Patty wins that fight to be fucking tough. I think if he does, UFC's going to finally got our another big star. I think Patty has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not at mid distance. He's not what Torres, and he gets hit. Nobody answers. Nobody. Yeah, you cannot. You can't beat. You can't actually get him to Torres. But he's big, man. Patty's big. He's huge, really big. He can take one, but he's got a jump. So that's a different thing. Patty routine. I'd rather watch Patty. The short games. Patty is, I would say, not only does he fight the occasion of big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic. He's so big, and then legit super strong. Yes, legit super strong. Yes. And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this. That's why you jump. So do you think he'll jump the queue? I don't know. He comes on and says, "This is sort of important what's happening." Yeah, but Jim has a bunch of shit he's doing for years. But again, he works for UFC, so I don't know. I've heard both. I've heard from legit sources that go with Matty, and I've also heard from legit sources like Jill, they're all sort of
Much better.
You want to say? Certainly it's bigger, much more scary fight outlaws. And you don't get the same. Now, will that payday change? Will that purse change? Yes. And I'm sure because he wants a piece of the paper. Well, he gets paid for your number one. Now he's just going to sell a ton more paper. And you got to sell out Wembley Stadium. And ends with that shit. Patty shouldn't have money. You know, you're the dumb asshole. What makes him? You don't have that fight. Really? No. Gotta love that. It's great. Yeah. See the break, man. See what we do about cars for a second now. I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay? Dude, you need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got tons of parts, accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. Some they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. Alright, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. Just when you thought Star couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Star of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Not My Vengeance, Breaker, Beatles Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never. I'm gonna have myself a nice one on my Mac. Oh, I already had one. Yeah. If I get enough love faith, it's not hurt my feelings so no dumb, so I check my practice. That's what happens sometimes. I know, if you feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings, you just want mental clarity, you want to learn this, you don't want to be jittery. This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology pharmaceutical companies use. I don't know of any other energy drink that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome. It's addictive stuff to work. Yes, because once you try Max, there's no going back. You want a sharper brain for tomorrow. It supports the hell of your sharper brain. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some Max.
At this point, we do have
It's like smooth, sustained power. Howard Stern potentially being canceled for show. So that's not potentially. He's been on the air for 40 years, still negotiating contracts. So apparently, insiders are saying that he probably do it if the money's right for 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, it's $100 million. The executive says we're just not seeing a return on $100 million. Here's the thing, like people on the right are going to celebrate, and I think partially this is true. Like you look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. What's the point of common denominator? They both have common. It's super political. So they're talking shit about Trump, super pro COVID. So it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump rhetoric. And people just don't want that. Right? They just don't want that. They can fucking hate on their life before we become like them. Because there's thoughtful stuff with the politics. But it's not hard to do. You can get from much smarter minds. I don't hear Howard Stern, this guy makes $100 million a year, talking about his fucking castle, tells him that you're a piece of shit if you don't take the my child. I said, fucking sealed castle. That's the first one. Oh, yeah, dude. Super crazy, dude. You remember he was in violent ratings. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper competitive. You know why he got fired from DC? Dude, he would go into markets and be like, who's your biggest DJ? And then take over the radio station and beat him in the ratings. So White House are going hard after him. He goes, oh yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. So then he would take over these markets, and people love that. You know, porn stars, and have one of the best interviewers ever. You have the celebrities on their sex life, and they're shut down totally blind. It's actually a very important cultural figure. Oh, massive. And even Rothschild'S, he's a huge component of Rothschild. You know, he's not Rothschild, he's man now, but how old do you say this? He's in 70s. You're in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost in my 40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it as long as him. It's fucking tough. You're going to have to find me if I can have a 3-point, right? There's not a target, but then also he doesn't have his air to the ground. He's a little bit he's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower, he's out of touch. So him speaking on COVID, political climate, inflation, internet shit. Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to his few 135,000. Wow. Now, part of this is him doing the whole political rant out of his also part of just older people are like, this isn't funny. That's right. And then also serious. You know, the majority of the listeners, when you buy a car, a car that's serious to them. So they count those as Howard Stern listeners. Do you know anybody that's serious? I never listened to it. Because Apple and Spotify took over that he never made the adjustment, which I think he really used to far back to the old ways. If he was on YouTube, it would be massive. So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Howard Stern, he makes so much money on the Insta. You mentioned Howard Stern just had the same celebrities on YouTube or Apple or Spotify. And he was like, oh, no more wait till 3 in the morning. Well, I'm just going to build a studio in the city. I'm just going to build a studio in the city. And I'll release it the next day. Just meet me in my house. Good. I want the other house. You know? Wow. But dude, there's no one wilder than Howard Stern when you're on the scene. But again, I don't fault them for it because we've changed too. Like when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. And then you grow up. He got fired from a radio station in DC when that plane was going to the 14th Street Bridge. People were killed. He called the airline Big America. He said, how much is the ticket from Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge? Like, he would do shit like that. And they were like, you're out of here. He's a man bigger. He did terrible shit. He had a shaved with cheek with his well, that was my friend. His wife. Yeah. They had porn stores on. Remember, it wasn't. Yeah, they had Beatles chips on, they had guys with stutters, so it was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You go blackface, you know, it's just a different time. You ever see the movie? Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, I see a nose job in the middle of that movie. So I found his nose was too big, and then they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. I know. Let's scroll down for a sec. Yeah, back in the day. You could also sell his entire catalog. You may interview him. You could just upload interviews that people love. You know, most of it you can get for now for all that stuff. Yeah. He's off in the summer, but this year he hasn't been taking me much to retire. I mean, he hasn't really done it all, right? How many times how many people do you talk to? He predominantly broadcast from his home for the past 5 years, signing affairs over COVID-19. You don't make it up, that's where I'm at. Like, if you're just that big of a city, I don't give a fuck if anybody's in the world. I'm out there. I can't get going. If you're that big of a bitch, where you stay in your house in 2025, that's tough. It's scary. But he used to be super edgy. Yeah, he's edgy. Behind the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did wild shit that he knew you could go be a smartass. And he still is really a smartass. Now you can't get him out of his house. Donald's on the show all the time. Yeah. 20 times. On the right. Amazing. Yeah, Donald's a big deal. There it is. There's Robin. It's like, she's happy. Yeah, that's what she's doing. That hair. Even your long hair. You know what I mean? Yeah. But serious, he's also just a guy. Like, they shut down all their MMA content. Like, Thomas shut down show on there. Lots of negotiations with them. You know, Jason Ellis was on there. Ireland was on there. They shut down all of them. It's not making money. This is too much competition, too. It's also just changed. And also, the landscape's changed. But why would I pay a subscription for series where I can get Rothschild and anybody else? You know, Tucker Carlson, all these people. Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so hot. She was so hot. That's what my buddy Dave was here. Why she was at I was on her Windsor show because he was in the wrong life and stuff. I didn't really want to know. Last year, listen to her go. She's in her 70s, right? She puts on crazy bitch show. She's still but she, like, her energy is still there. If she was one of the more next door, just then I wouldn't even be by how much work she's had done and how crazy she is now. When she was, that was what she should have just faded off. Yeah, so then you come up with a server or around the same size hole. That's gonna be cool, man. She do wrestling. Did I do wrestling? Rothschild'S a legend. He just, you know, like, he's just a giant man. Yeah, got all the real Mako. That's also true. The Mako, that's true. Your ivory tower, guys go home, people, they should die. They say that shit. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You saw the real, you saw how nasty it is. He's just not a guy's guy. That's not his go. You know? Yeah, he talks about podcasting. I have a feeling he would have just ended up going into podcasting. Here's the thing, he probably has $500 million. So I don't, if I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro. That's the thing, I don't understand. Like, you got that kind of money, I would be like, that's what I don't get. But that's how he has kids, though. No, he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children. That's all like, somebody with kids, I gotta say, somebody who resisted him until he's 40. Like, you're just not, I'm telling you. Oh, he's 3,000. So, I don't know that well, but I guess he does. Okay. So, spend time with your kids, bro. Well, they're older now.
I did anyway. I definitely do. Hey, definitely. Is he still married? You don't get as big as him. You just can't. You can't.
A fascinating article.
Well, you can. This guy, I don't know anyone that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give. Yeah, but if he comes home, he's with his kids. You know, those are small. It's terrifying. Small is terrifying. This one is like a small. It's a small. It looks like the Joker. Well, it's an aggressive smile. Looking for him. She's only 53. Yeah. Wow. So yeah. Okay. But back then, why would Howard Stern do it? So Howie Mandel makes more money than God. He's set. He owns stuff. He doesn't know about. He's set. And I sit down for his podcast. I know. Podcast. You're good. You're good. I have to get you something. Yeah. There's other businesses still against talent. Shoes. Season. They gives me something when I wake up. Just because you have money, you still need. It's when you die. When you retire, it's when you die. So you have to get something. I don't know if I still do it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but no, I do. Because then I'd be casing out the car. He's casing out the car. He still does it. You're doing the same thing. What do you should stop? Now, for our son, he's set. Dude, I can't wait for you. We don't have any just podcasts. I don't know if these ever come. But if it did, that would be fucking awesome. We're just doing podcasts. We're going to read some. If we're smart, we're going to do Patreon. Fucking 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then get to hook up on God. You know how that is. We're just always reading an actual thing. We're going to do it. Let me down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it. Just didn't feel like because around so long. We're as big as we were 10 years ago. One thing happens before. So it'd be yes, that's the reason. Yeah. We can regulate so because a lot of the Reddits and YouTube is super toxic. You don't get rid of all that. So you're part of a family. Oh, thank God you're on it again and not getting destroyed. Yeah. Give me fun of it. That's cool. That's why I do it. Like, you have to give incentives on after 12 years of free show. I think it was $3. You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Like, yeah. I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight big men. Really train those. I want to teach them how to fight big men. Sure. If you give somebody behind the scenes, live shows, extra episodes, longer episodes just for the Patreon, and give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense.
Let's do that.
Aria, though, that's my biggest fan. Aria, yeah, I can commit to it because it's going to be amazing. I'm afraid. What do you think, Jim? I'm doing as long as he gives. We'll still put up free content and just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which I've been supportive since. We have extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. And then the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reason, just do it. And then you just enjoy the content. That's the biggest thing, too. So we don't have to go much. Just so you can put music on their videos. Oh my gosh, it's the morning where you get the wild west of really. Just be completely wrong. I mean, you guys are pretty well as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. I thought Beyonce figured out outlandish things. I just like saying names of people that you don't want to bring up. You know, that kind of stuff. Give me something else.
Downgraded their.
Give me credit, man. Well, real quick, thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. Shout out to you.
Someone
They're expensive, man.
further.
There's not a ton of jobs. There's one that's not too far, but it's not really here. This is wow. You know, I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s.
welding a hand rig without dousing it with gas, as we escaped after a brief struggle, but the chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across the border of England, all of identical plan, right? Force entry, cast over crime scenes, and blunt force trauma from a hand attack seized abruptly. In the case of however, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. Man now serving a life sentence supposed to develop inmates on his close call with Michael Bisbee, implying the USD narrowly escaped becoming another victim. No authority have yet to confirm his claims. This chain connection suggests that Bisbee's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive sets. Crazy! And Bisbee pops and goes, oh shit, this happened. Wow. Face to face with the monster exclusive prison interview with the man claimed to be Northern England's exclusive hammer killer. Hallucinating. Asshole terrorized a region for over a decade with a trip on the murders, and now he says Michael Bisbee was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisbee almost was his next victim. Dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
What about the most crucial one, which is the Palestine Movement Group? Is that offensive? So that was used famously by a congresswoman and criticized, and it is actually illegal. It's under use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of those definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, named Judea Palestine after a rabbinic in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of Iran with its long echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, was used quite literally by Arabs and Jews and British and everybody involved in the region.
History as Marco Polo
was always part of a larger
54 into a wealthy merchant family in the city of Venice. Marco's father was a Negro Polo, a prosperous merchant. The origins of the Polo family are unclear. One tradition suggests that they were originally from Schlinig on the Dalmatian coast of what is now Croatia, but that they only relocated to Venice in the early 11th century. Another study suggests that the family only moved to Venice in the mid-13th century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Korčula, near modern-day Dubrovnik. At the time of Marco's birth, the Republic of Venice was one of just dozens of Italian city-states, though one of the most powerful, dominating the sea routes of the Adriatic Sea, and with extensive trading connections and colonies.
Has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunities to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot to say about it, but it's not Israel, and it is not free. That's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, over 10 years.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167.
That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and it has been stalled for a long time.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century,
is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khaldun in the Khenti Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yasugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yasugai was the grandson of Habul Khan, the head of the Orjigin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argue that this stopped being late propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage, and Yasugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Habul's son Abdullah in the 1150s. Yasugai was also the sworn brother of Toghrith, the leader of the Karaite tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yasugai and Toghrith often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yasugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoyun, who had been betrothed to a Merkit chieftain, sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoyun would give Yasugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the eldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yasugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son or a clear heir of any kind to him. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which were among his favorite pastimes as an adult. Temujin was close to his siblings. His closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, who became sworn brothers. During his childhood, his closest was of the Eurasian. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomad of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into 2 major clans, the Orjigin and the Taiyuju. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Karaite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Shan in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangut people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century. The Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Daisenchen, a chief of the Ongar tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongar women, but this required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yasugai could only afford to offer Daisenchen a single divorce for his daughter, the Ongarad chief agreed to the match. He stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. While the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away, he spent 3 happy years among the Ongarad, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongarad and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great War. Temujin's time with the Ongarad ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yesugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound to extant traditions of hospitality, Yesugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yesugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Dai Zen was reluctant to part with the boy. He recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taiyukud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Khazar proved the most effective at catching the prey, but their elder brothers, Bekter and Belkotai, began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Khazar had caught and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belkotai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belkotai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fears proved justified, as the Taiyukud leader Tangutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taiyukud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. The once proud family had fallen quickly. The Taiyukud then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses. Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Orju, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taiyukud. After recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taiyukud riders. Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Orju took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taiyukud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Orju would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borgul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongarad territory for Orju's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Zen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large American raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his brother Hoelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to end Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin
reached out to the Karaite chief, Doris, and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father, Yasugai. Doris accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Bonte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Bonte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief. At the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Bonte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Johi. The following year, Bonte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his brother of Johi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jumurka, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jalapak clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit. After a couple of years, they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jumurka could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jethmir, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subinei, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Bonte gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jumurka's army at a place called Dalan Baljut. The main sources for Genghis on Temujin's life were silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subinei, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Doris of a powerful ally, and Karaite Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongara. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Doris and restore him as the Karaite Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his period of the Merkit. 21-year-old Subinei infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s with Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who in response elected Jumurka as universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause, and passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jumurka, Temujin sought Doris' assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jumurka's Taichud allies and engaged them at Koyiten on the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because
because his general Tishnet suddenly learned from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jeppe, the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuka's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Asa. Jamuka then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Burjetian Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony confirming him as heir to Togrith's Kherite Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Togrith, he proposed that his son Jochi marry Togrith's daughter. The proposal infuriated Togrith's disinherited son Yevska, who defected to Jamuka after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Yevska at his side, Jamuka rode to Togrith's camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Kherite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuka called off the pursuit. His old companion, Rothschild and his son, Ogedei, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near Biba Juna Convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrith's leadership, and Temujin's brother Kasa returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrith and defeated the Kherite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Kali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrith was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Kherite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Kherite nations and welcomed several of Togrith's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuka and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands. Following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire, he also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He set about a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened the Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although the army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Tayyab Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmut at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuka suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin
rebels gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachum. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last gasp charge. Ivan horrible terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Tayan was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Jakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jamuga tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuga's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his small brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew, Jigidai, to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the south, while Sube'etei worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh American rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kurultai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Genghis Khan. The name is usually translated as Universal Ruler, though recent scholarship suggests Fierce Ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Warwachu and Urukku, were given the highest ranks. The likes of Jebe and Sube'etei were ranked one step over. The 4 were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth, plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Minjan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis' subjects was attached to a Minjan, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Minjans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men, who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Joy was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogedei served as head of the civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tului, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis' sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tului, their military authority
four sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion, while Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government. The imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exceptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. Though wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines, the Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying and map making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Johi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in the military pain, the two ends would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to be slaughtered. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Menekhet, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur kingdom in East Turkestan and the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Karakitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were four such states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shan in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Sung was the only one of these states who had a Chinese majority, the rulers of all four states adhered to Chinese customs and administrative practices. Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided state of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a punitive expedition. Eventually, the desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. By 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory, and the relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and pay his troops, the invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century and proceeded to drive the Song emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Song in 1142, relations between the two Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Song embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River. While the Jin easily defeated the invasion force, within a few years the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Song dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontier relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called a Kurultai, or Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer North China. Unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homelands to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into three columns. The eastward column was commanded by Jibe and Subutai, the central one was sent two armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the threat to his flank, leaving the Jin with a single army. While the Jin commander deployed his forces in a narrow pass to prevent the Mongols from fighting on open ground, the momentum of Mughali's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win two further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jebe to advance to the Juyong Pass in the Jin capital of Chengdu, modern-day Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, Jebe feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home for winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jebe led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising in the process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Jochi, Chagatai, and Ogedei to attack the city of Danton, but the Khan was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated a new Jin field army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler with himself as regent. In November, Hu Shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, but was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into four columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tolui led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Kaifeng. In the space of 3 short months, the four Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission. While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin emperor almost immediately fled south and established his capital at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both the besieger and the siege had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. Two Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Kali defeated the Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mughali in charge as commander in China. Mughali was given an army of 70,000 men, but most of these came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. A limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 18, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Tangut, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. was his defeated foes, and he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mughali was aided in his campaigns by an alliance with the Song dynasty, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mughali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Karakitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman Prince Chokluk arrived in Karakitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The reemergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebe to invade Karakitai. The Muslim majority population who had suffered under Chokluk's anti-Islamic religious policy welcomed the Mongols as liberators and defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chokluk's army, Jebe entered the Karakitan capital Palasungun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. He then followed Chokluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation of religious tolerance. In 1218, Jebe eventually caught up with Chokluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east. While Jebe was pursuing Chokluk, Genghis sent another army north under Toki and Sube'etei to pursue the remnants of the Berkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Berkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols. Although considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to a standstill before withdrawing. Upon hearing reports of the battle, Genghis was keen to maintain peaceful relations with Khwarezmia and to establish a mutually beneficial trading relationship, allowing him to turn his attention back to China. In early 1218, Genghis sent a large trade mission to Watran in the north of the Shah's empire, a fort in the far east of Kazakhstan today. The local government proceeded to massacre the entire contingent, claiming that they were spies. Genghis initially showed restraint and sent a team of 3 envoys led by a Muslim diplomat, asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When an indignant Shah Muhammad executed the diplomat in response, Genghis finally took action and declared war. As both sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battles in the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was riddled with divisions, that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from its base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Erken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Erken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jebe and Joachim made the first move, heading Chagatai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219 after crossing the high passes between the Pamian Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis' main army, accompanied by his three younger sons and Sube'etei, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, Sutra. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad into sending a large army against them. Since Jebe and Jochi's army was intended as a diversionary force, Jebe advised retreat, but the headstrong Jochi disobeyed his father's instructions not to engage in a pitched battle. Like their previous encounter, the battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy before withdrawing from the field. By this point, the vanguard of Genghis' main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on Otran. By October 1219, Genghis' force of 100,000 men, including allied contingents, arrived in Otran on the banks of the Sirdarya River. While Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force up the Sirdarya towards Samarkand, the greatest city of Central Asia at that time, the Shah counted on a strong 60,000-man garrison at Otran to hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Otran with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now behind them, the Mongols were far more proficient at siege warfare than the Khwarezmians had anticipated, and Otran fell quickly in February 1220. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sirdarya, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis Sultan took 40,000 men and marched southwest across the Kizilka Desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. But the wilder Shah Muhammad was now surrounded by Mongol armies on all sides. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks, and Genghis proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis Sultan was joined by Chagatai and Uday in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners of war in the front ranks to lead the assault. Those who weren't cut down by their compatriots turned tail and fled, giving the impression that the Mongol army was collapsing. The defenders sallied out in pursuit, allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his Mongol veterans. While Shah Muhammad II settlement, the Mongols captured Samarkand after a 10-day siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis rested most of his army and sent a force under his elder sons to take control of the Amu Darya, known in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. The fugitive Shah Muhammad struggled to formulate a recovery plan and eventually moved to northern Iraq. Jebe and Sube'etei led 20,000 men and captured several cities in Persia and Iraq, and drove Muhammad out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north and escaped to an island in the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the walls of Gurganj. A relief column under the command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis decided to send a large force under Chagatai to reinforce him. The two brothers had always hated each other, and such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to lead the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Upper Donia on the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongols proceeded to sack the cities of Merida and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, Tolui's campaign resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India, but decided that it was not worth his while to entangle himself in a new war with the powerful Indian sultans, an initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, he ordered Ogedei to pacify the Hindu Kush, while an ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat, although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist. By 1223, the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of North Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebe and Subedei were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedei obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign directed at the Kuban heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from north of the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After reducing several cities in northern Persia, they turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz in what is now Iranian Azerbaijan, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical tribute. The Mongol victories prompted groups of Turkmen and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedei enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to cover Tolui's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebe and Subedei returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeated the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, the Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When 2 large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed a Genoese trading colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence about the principalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebe and Subedei and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Ivan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalkaneva in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. In its aftermath, Jebe and Subedei turned east and began the journey home. In the words of the Novgorod Chronicle, God knows whence he fetched them against us. be another 14 years before the Mongols returned, and when they did, they would campaign as far as Hungary, an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other can equal in history in terms of how extensive the conquests were. Jebe and Subide eventually returned back to Central Asia by 1224, when Jebe died shortly afterwards. Around that time, Genghis began the homeward journey to Mongolia, arriving back on the steppe in February 1225. During the Khwarezmian campaign, Genghis had learned that his unreliable Tangut allies had become traitors and joined with the Chinese against the Mongols. Determined to settle scores with the Tangut, Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedei, Tolui, and Subedai. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, Subedai had conquered the Gansu corridor north of Tibet. As the Mongol net closed around the Shah capital of Chongqing later in the year, Genghis defeated a relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River floodplain. He left the siege of Chongqing to his subordinates and joined Subedai in raiding Jin territory. By the time the Shah agreed to surrender in July 1227, the Great Khan was close to death. Shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he convened a great Kurultai to formally proclaim Ogedei as his successor as Great Khan, while stipulating that Ogedei's successors would be chosen by the Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227, at roughly 65 years of age. According to the secret history, his body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his home. But some historians theorize that he was actually buried in the Urals desert, as his body would have decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, and the tale that anyone with knowledge of the site was put to death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests which he had initiated to an end, and the Ogedei's fresh invasions were launched into Persia, and new attacks were launched against the Arab Caliphate in what is now Iraq, beginning a war in the Middle East that would last several decades, eventually culminating with the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century, in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogedei also launched the first invasion of the Korean peninsula. After the short reign of Guyam Khan in the mid-1240s, Oghuz Khan, a grandson of Genghis, succeeded as the fourth Khan. His reign was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved, and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde or Jochid Khanates in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Il Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan, who ruled between 1260 and 1294, and was a grandson of Genghis. He completed conquest of China and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to Kublai's court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account of the splendor and grandeur of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Bojijin clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before triumphs of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself. One who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and a pragmatic political leader? Was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict, in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episode surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judaica coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea, or Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large moving soldier after the battle with some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has. He is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. And this represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period, even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period. There nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in the worldwide
Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century. While different sources place his year of birth
Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination. in many ways, particularly in Western civilization, you can see the most remarkable map, very creative and creative map created by Thing, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian. He wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed made some beautiful maps. This so-called overleaf map shows the land of Israel, Jerusalem at the center, in the middle of the overleaf, the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and all the United States. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is at the center of our news always. This is not an example. So if we were to really begin the story, we have to begin with the Bible, which is the key document, the foundational document of Western. And of course, it describes the relationship of the ancestors of the people with the land of Israel. However, obviously not everyone holds the Bible as a valid source. I think that's a challenge to using that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the first extra biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone altar. It spans about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Nemesis deity, which is a victory slab. It will be called Masteva, so it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative slab that describes the victories of the Pharaoh Manasseh, who was the 13th son of the Pharaoh Ramses II. And that's especially ironic because Ramses II, to many scholars, is the unnamed Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Manasseh, lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region. At the very bottom, in a region highlighted there, you see this one phrase that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic. I get it. That's the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Manasseh went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many people that destroyed along the way was the people of Israel. They would no longer trouble the world because Manasseh relationships. Mark Twain might have said the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people of Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this was the first reference to times to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and this back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled, and by the way, the first one was Jews, they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also in Lebanon, according to something like this. And note here that there's other people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines, the region right around Gaza and the Philistines are not related to the word Palestinian, except etymologically. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on coast. They were especially known for 5 cities, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. They're described in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with the neighbors, moving on to the history where described in the Bible, Manasseh's golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who is shown here in this slab that's held down really down the north hill that has something area that David used the word stipulated to be the house of David. And then following that, the reign of Solomon ended, there was a civil war and a division of the land kingdom. That was Israel conquered north and Judah south. The kingdom of Israel was located in Samaria, which was broken off from the kingdom of Judah, according to the book of Samuel was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and these are the so-called lost tribes. They're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and eventually most likely assimilated into the people who lived with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, by 586 they were attacked by Babylonians, and this was the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews have been exiled twice from their land. They lived with Christ some 7 decades later and rebuilt the destroyed temple at that time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinian in literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the culture of Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document from the historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast. That the same region as Palestine. And there are people living there who are within the name Palestine, as is geographically located, was actually named the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the Second Great War against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews, by this point, had been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's, of course, celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in. They conquered the region and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70 when there was a great revolt which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. You see the great historians who are estimating 100,000 Jewish adopted to Rome at this point. But there are significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel since they rebelled. There was 115 once again under Rothschild'S year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 or 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement. They finally crushed the rebellion and they and finally they believed completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to wipe out any historical connections to the Jewish people and that region. And renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself. I have a name at this point. The temple had already been raised some 6 decades earlier, and it was needed as a refuge site. And the entire region was renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which was emphasized earlier, as obviously connected to Judeo, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or which is called the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region, Syria and Palestine. Not just called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there, it's further to the north of Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it was in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to get this historical Jewish people on the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which as we shall see, was used by the Jews without any problem later on, so much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud. It's also called sometimes by the way the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also the anyway, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, but we also have a significant diaspora development. First in Asia Minor, which is today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and virgin centers in Spain and Provence. The Christian movement was also growing at this time, and into the Maccabean starburst, where there were strong Christian communities. establish where Jewish communities already exist, and this movement accepted the child. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was at this time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed the destruction of the temple, meaning that people still like to have local places of worship. We have, for example, the Rothschild'S document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. This is the Theodotus inscription, which essentially is written in Greek, and it tells people how Theodotus made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all kinds of things in the guest house. And it dates to approximately the first century before the Common Era. The land, particularly in the north, where Jews were exiled to when Hadrian, like the Bar Kokhba rebels in the south, the land is studied with ancient synagogues of this period, the Byzantine era. This is a particularly beautiful one in Tiberia in the north, and it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this is built 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice of the rituals of the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to stick to their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurs in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the cities of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely persuasive ideology. In fact, with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout these regions, and it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, taken over by Islam. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca and Medina, and the early Muslim and Jewish had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict, in particular war in the region called Khaybar, which is especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reasons for this are several. First is that Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen and certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of truth, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice based religion. You are measured by what you do. Whereas Christianity, well, of course, that's of course Christian as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same kind of belief vis-a-vis practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they could speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christian. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but probably from the 9th century, is essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like them, writing donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors, the idea of Jewish badge originated in Muslim culture, and sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build a new synagogue, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for 21st century approach, obviously intolerable strategy, discriminatory, but within a medieval culture, he was actually something Jews value as a represented order, as a minority, often a very hostile cultural environment. Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, that they are safe. They know they can rely on government to enforce the rules within the bar. No one's allowed to run rampant, there's no wrongs, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are effective in general. We'll speak about more about this if you like in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There was definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely fluctuations in violence. There were even some forced conversions, something like the Inquisition and Hungary expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it's a far more better place to live in general. We're talking about massive nations all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is something called the convivencia, which is literally coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and their tremendous privileges and exercising. Yeah, case in point, even Azarella and Church in general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. Practicing Jews, learning Jews, after serving as a Muslim general, that simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity. This is where I also have one more episode. So, I should mention, by the way, this kind of Lamar is kind of ideal Jewish as a respected minority. That's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today, the protests that Israel Muslims disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there will be accepted as Hindi, and this kind of ISIS model for modern Palestine and Jews pressure up There are several Muslim empires, Korea in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years, and here is much of the entire eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the Palestine. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with other people living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and also later the Portuguese migration that brought many Jews, in particular, to the region of Safed, northern Israel, where a concentration of the post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like the Hasidim, this Holocaust generation, first and second generation people who either went into themselves or were never get having come out of Spain after leaving where the success for 100 years and they established a center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramah, the great alphabet lived, and the great Arizal came out from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in this triangle. So it's one of the high points of the civilization over the period that was and now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated, much more relevant for us to do. We go to, let's say, the year 1850, now still the Ottoman Empire. The population of that time was just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects, opposed to people who are story status there, but nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews overall demographic pie. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift to the movement of Hebrews, which originates in the region of Gaza, in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Honeybees, for example. You had travelers who would make their way there. So, with minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France and Coastal, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews hanging down. Another major nationalist center. But it really gets serious in the 1880s when you, influenced by many of the other national movements that are going at the time, figure out why don't we go there, why don't we resurrect it, why don't we get part of it? And with the backing of some wealthy groups like the Rothschild'S, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel. And that's big done elsewhere. With varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now after 2,000 years of exile are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic jump. It would change significantly. However, if you look at this graph, it shows the relative portions of Muslim Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. As you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. This is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as a large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area, to have a lot more employment possibilities, and significant number of Arabs around the region moving to the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the Palestine has value, this is a Jewish national fund for culture saying, hey, help him, obviously a Jewish farmer, because he has the Yiddish ID, help him build this Palestine. This was the heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without much difficulty. They would not turn out. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel. This was also how it's internationally ultra-Christian chronologically. I'd like to begin with an example of another Jewish national culture, which has like that heroic muscular look to it, this idea of a nation reborn, different kinds of Jews coming to the land, rolling up its sleeves, muscular, and farming the land, which wasn't necessarily being, the stereotype of the ghetto Jew, living, very pale, lots of books and texts, but no familiarity with responsibilities. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables, which are notable for used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of Palestine. That term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Palestine, there was a newspaper that started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration. That could significantly shift the demographics of the region, and in fact would change the political and social status quo. So one man, Yusuf al-Faridi, who was actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Fahidi at Columbia University, expert in the region, he decided to write to Theodore Herzl, who was the father of modern political science. Theodore Herzl, with his story, is an Austrian journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the private trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which is the first country fully emancipated its Jews in 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism after Dreyfus, said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land for their taxation. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so, still, in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to rural religious people, world leaders, and their arguments for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to Jewish and so he was the face of political life. Unlike the Judo movement, religious, in fact, he even thought that conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea early. But at any rate, I believe he said, I'm going to write directly to him and say this is the thing he was doing. And he wrote a very beautiful, polite letter in French, with the diplomatic language of the era, sent it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Sadok, and he wrote to him, I'll look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and vain. Who can contest the rights of the Jews in Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country, and not for your country. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, like, although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, this is historians have speculated Israel, all of that, he would come French on that, and it really should not happen. We have to take other steps to find other things before it. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into the here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of the message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the hardcore people living in the region. He would not take love to the idea of Jewish sovereignty, which means conditional absolute land. And Herzl understood it more in economics. He wrote, "They would have to remove gradually using it trying to kick out the local population. Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve slightly in penalties." In other words, Herzl was saying, "Oh, don't worry. The standard of living goes on. As there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslim prisoners will get a tremendous piece of prosperity. Even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem." They're kind of at different levels, and ultimately it turns out it was Al-Khalidi's who was aggressive and pathetic about rebel ultimately. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course, the Ottoman Empire, the Great days of its existence, all of the great powers were storing over maps with rulers and drawing orders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this, we're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to be Zionist for many reasons, and promised the land of Israel, which would enable the doctrine of the Alfred Declaration, named the Lord the Author, enabling them to travel up to 65 Rothschild'S, and to be in section paragraph that says, if Majesty's government, the British government, you would favor the establishment in Palestine of a national next to the Jewish people, will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this gospel. At this point, Jews were struck wild with violence against a strong defensive position. It would with 2,000-year-old exiles in hand, but they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish Chinese siege engineers. So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack small towns. Difficult for much of the Mandate War, the British were promised one thing for the Jews, another thing for the Arabs, and it was impossible. But nevertheless, politically, militarily, they were over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to pass the United Nations for a mandate. The United Nations, the League of Nations, as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until you work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with various peoples, healing, and then the violence began. The cycle of violence continues to this day. Something which is absolutely horrific, and the entire land is associated with blood, people die needlessly, horrific eruptions of violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events. And we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first and what we considered an escalation and what was considered retaliation. I don't want to spend our energy on this. Please suffice it to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920, so now we're over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involved Arabs and Jews, occasionally involved Jews and Arabs as well, including in our own days. And the British, they're they don't know what to do with it. Finally, they come up with what now reading it many years later, I think it's the final book that probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in positions. So they hire Earl Peel, Chinese customers, called the Peel Report, and basically he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs cannot get together in one state. So therefore, he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, more or less where you have the Gulf of British settlement, significant number of Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-based thing, which was a international zone that allowed people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which was neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews were hoping for, but nevertheless, the Zionists were the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land at this time, really accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes into the analysis is to say that this was the last paragraph here. Irrepressible conduct of the Israelis in international community within the narrow bounds of one country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab golden age. The Jews desire to show what they could be, what restored the land in which the Jewish nation was formed. Neither of the two national ideals permits a combination. Peel also dismissed the other paragraph of the notion that prosperity was that putting more money into the situation was not easy to conquer because they were funding it easily. The Arabs, for their point, still referring to the entire rather than Palestinian, because the Palestinian people see the only country in Palestine in 1950, but they're definitely developing a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking of themselves as part of a pan-Arab people. They are particularly blessed for leadership. Time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in their conflicts, including Netanyahu, who famously was the mufti of Jerusalem. He was seen as a photograph with none other than Hitler. We have examples right up to the Iraq wars, so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up being a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper that was issued in 1939 by yet another said that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel. 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of post-Holocaust era, when there are literally say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India. They left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two people. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they looked at resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments will be given to use for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow goldenrod color will be given to the Arabs. And as you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem goes to the international zone, ruled by neither. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. At this point, 5 Arabs, the Jews accept it. The Jews say, well, it's not welcome to the land of Israel, but they're so happy to have their own country. They accept it, they declare statehood, and 5 armies. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to make all Jerusalem, the Jewish border remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in the cities they lost. They're looking at fascinating analysis of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time. Severely outnumbered. But some of characterize this saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids. Because the Arab armies were fully coordinated with one another, and they didn't have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to mess up the crucial aspect of this history, for our purposes, we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990 Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advanced rare armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages, and truly, as is often occurred in historical analysis, lies somewhere in those two events. We know of some examples of violent directed against Arab people, the village of Rabbi forces into it, and there is also something called Plan Dalit, was essentially a military tactic that said when the people in his region, especially around communication zones and areas where there are very narrow ways for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference with interpretation is, of course, were those things like Darius said, Plan Dalit, were those exceptions, were they anomalies, were the kind of things that were inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they the strategy? I do not believe that those were the strategy, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis becomes rather engaged. At the end of the day, however, around 3/4 of a million people forced out of their homes, and I think personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it good to pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me someone of, I consciously chose to look up to religion. There's so much more to say about this, but we should also remember that there was a second class. I'm just placement of ironically above the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place
to lead the
coming years
pacification
as
campaign against the
Jews
Tatars
tremendous degrees of
moved away
anti-Semitism
from a
in countries where many of them
under a
have
new
lived
ruler.
for
By the end of
thousands
the
of
year,
years.
Genghis
So
supplied
this is something we'll have to explore a little bit
reinforcements,
more
which increased
next
the
week.
size of his
But
army to
let us now go to
100,000 men.
Palestinian nationalism,
Though
because
he could be
here is
as
one of the
brutal as his
Palestinians begin
comrades,
to get bored.
Khalid also
Their
sought to
leader, without
consolidate
doubt, was
Morocco
Yasser Arafat,
by
who was
acting
began after the
magnanimously
Palestine
towards his
Liberation
defeated foes.
Organization.
And
And
he
in
had
the early
politely subdued
1960s,
much of northern China.
he realizes
He
that
died in
without
1223
a
with a
single
pristine military record,
coordinated war,
having never lost a
the
single battle in his
descendants
career.
of the
Khalid
refugees
was
would
aided in
not
his
be able
campaigns
to
by
return
an
to their
alliance
home.
with the Song
This is
dynasty.
especially the case after
His
the
death,
Six-Day
conflict
War,
arose
which is a
between his
very
12
important
allies,
development in
enabling the
military
Jew to
history.
make a brief recovery.
This, by the way,
Mongols would have
with
to
this
wait
short
another
period of time,
decade
I'm not going
to
to go through
fully
all of the
extinguish
wars
the
that
Jew
Israel
empire.
and her neighbors fought over the course of the last
Although
75
Khalid
years,
was
but I
campaigning in
will focus
northern
on
China,
this one particular
Genghis's attention was being drawn westwards.
On the left, you
Since
see
the
what
beginning
Israel
of the
looked like
13th
after
century,
1949 after the
had
armistice.
been at
Not
war
a
with
peace
Shah
treaty, but an
Mohammed
armistice
II of
ceasefire.
the
And on the right, you see what happened
situated
after
to the
the
east of the
literal
Caspian Sea
Six-Day
in
War.
Central
For
Asia.
6 days,
In 1208,
Israel
the
was
fugitive
threatened
Naiman
by
Prince
troops
Jugluk
from Egypt and
arrived in
Syria in
Karachi
particular,
and built up an
collected
army
to
under the
launch a
pretext of
preemptive
fighting
strike
Genghis,
before
going
they
to
could
overthrow
further
his overlord
overboard.
and declare himself
Nasser
Khan
in
in
Egypt had
1213.
ordered the
The
United Nations to
reemergence of an
remove
old
their
rival on his
forces,
doorstep
and
led
that was
Genghis to send an
signal
army
to
of
Israel that
20,000
Egypt
men under
definitely
Jeppe
intended
to
to attack,
invade
and therefore
Karachi.
using
The Muslim
the
majority
largely superior
population
air
of
power,
North Safan
the
under
Israelis
Jugluk's
were able to
anti-Islamic
destroy
religious
their
policy,
air forces on the
welcomed the
ground
Mongols
and
as
take advantage of their
invaders,
superiority to
defeated
not
en
only
masse.
defend themselves,
After
but
sweeping
to
aside
rapidly
Jugluk's army,
advance the
Jeppe entered
borders
the
to the
Karakitan capital
And what did they do with these areas?
in
Well,
what is now
it
Kyrgyzstan,
came to find
and
that, wow,
incorporated
now that they
into the
conquered
Mongol
such
Empire.
big chunks of territory, nations would say, well, this is now Israel is here to stay, and they would pick up the phone and they would argue
The
for peace.
proclamation of
And they would say,
religious
okay, let's go
tolerance.
back to the
In
1939 boundaries.
Jeppe eventually caught up with
Those phone
in
calls did
northeastern
not
Afghanistan
go
and
over again.
executed him. So began the
Yes,
Mongol
just a
westwards
little over a
expansion
decade.
into
But they
Central
did
Asia
that
as
quickly.
other parts
So
of
what in the
Genghis's
meantime
armies
Israel
were still
decided to do with
undertaking the
territories
conquest
that
of
followed?
China far to
They
the east.
annexed the Golan Heights
While
and
Jeppe
East
was pursuing
Jerusalem. That
Jugluk,
is,
Genghis
the
sent
Golan
another
Heights in
army
north, which
north
have a
under Togi and
military
Sube'etei
advantage because
to
it
pursue
overlooks
the remnants of the Merkit,
or
who had aligned with the Kuman or Kipchaks,
region.
a Turkic
So they
people
decided to
who
simply
occupied
take
the
that,
large
start to
expanse of the
populate and
Eurasian
so on.
steppe from the lower Danube
Jerusalem,
in the
because
west
of its
to the
incredible
Irtysh
spiritual
River
and
in
historical
the east.
significance for the
The
Jewish people,
Mongols had driven the Merkit
they
Kuman
said this is
army
our
into
capital forever.
territory
They
and
reunited
defeated
the city, which had been divided
Angered at the
since
incursion, Shah
But
Mohammed
these
sent
regions,
an
the
army
Sinai
to
Desert, and
Mongol's
especially the West
that
Bank,
considerably
they
outnumbered.
occupied.
The Mongols managed to fight
And
the
this is where we
Europeans
get
to a
this
standstill before
apartheid,
withdrawing.
which although
Upon
it has
hearing
somewhat
reports of the battle,
offensive
Genghis was keen to maintain
connotations,
peaceful
especially
relations with
associated with South
Khwarezmia
Africa,
and to establish a
there
mutually
we
beneficial
have to take
trading
that very
relationship,
seriously because
allowing him
in
to
the
turn
West
his
Bank
attention
in
back to China.
particular, and
In
also
early
in the Gaza
1218,
Strip, which
Genghis
was
sent a
that
large
tiny
trade
piece that
mission
extends from
to
Sinai,
Mokran in the
there
north
were
of the Shah's
well
empire,
over a million
fought in the far east of
Palestinians.
Kazakhstan
And
today.
if the
Local
regions
government
were to
proceeded to
be
massacre the
annexed,
entire
made part of
contingent,
Israel
claiming
proper and
that they were
forthwith
spies.
by right of
Genghis
conquest.
initially showed
For those
restraint
people
and
would
sent
have
a
to
team
be
of 3
citizenship.
envoys led by a
There
Muslim diplomat
are
asking the Shah to hand
20%
over the local
of
governor.
Israel's
When an
population
indignant Shah
of the
Mohammed
19
executed the
boundaries
diplomat
are
in
not
his
Jewish.
course,
There are
Genghis
Arabs,
finally took
a
action
little
and
over a
declared
million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as
as
citizens.
both sides prepared
And
for war.
they
Shah
could,
Mohammed
Israel
and his
could not
advisors
extend those
decided
same
that
rights
they could most
to
effectively fight the Mongols by
some
retreating
areas
into
like
their cities
that. So
and
it's
forcing
good
them
looking, right?
into costly sieges, which the Mongols
We
were still
did
not
for a
comfortable
second.
with engaging in,
No.
preferring
Oh,
battles
good.
in the
Okay.
open field.
My computer just
Meanwhile,
popped
Genghis
over.
received
achieved a steady stream of
if
information
the Israelis would have sent citizenship to the Arabs living in the Gaza, that would seriously
the Shah had struggled to
Jewish
establish
majority
centralized
and
control
even
of
perilous
base
to
in
people
Samarkand.
because of the very high
During the
birth
war,
rate
the Shah's
of Arabs.
mother, and again
So let us not
was a
forget that
powerful
there's something
political
really
figure
special about
and
Israel being anti-Semitism, it has to have the Jewish heritage, Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, Uganda. Secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic system. It is fundamentally founded on Western democratic values, which means one person is one vote. It is impossible to defend citizenship of these people and keep the state Jewish. So therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were strategic to those status, stateless status, because they were not given Israelis immediate. We are now to pursue a defensive strategy 1967, 70 odd years since the United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them can happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt. And on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Nachman Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Nachman Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel. That is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula with exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on the athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Maya in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a long and heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. To deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints where the huge number of Palestinians who lived in the land had to go through security before they could get the border in the West Bank is proper. There's really so on, and also at the same time, we have to go to take it on the big settlement because, and I know there's no surprise for most of the people on this call. And by the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the want to explain this properly within such a complicated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who are waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace, as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with order to give the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, and despite the challenge of the large Arab population. So you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not is very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that is democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans have largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal actor of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he was weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence-building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the first person that would spell Israel, right? Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the Palestinians. Some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in the Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the second Intifada. Whereas the first Intifada was largely, less violent, the second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, schools and restaurants, and buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image, taken during the second Intifada, refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You see this person raising his hands, stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive security barrier, as they call it, a concrete barrier Forces that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank of Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in contemporary history. So I will certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews and a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly restive. In 2005, a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18. And so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah. Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there's concerns about import of munitions. We'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week, but I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attack, Israel responded with something called the Diet Doctrine, which is basically a military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Diet Doctrine has proved to be very useful and instrumental for establishing great confidence in many of its neighboring countries. Israel does have a history not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with when did we begin this talk, and I also do a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Kappa coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galata Yehuda, the 1959, the Israel is exiled Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Kappa, but says so much more in a positive way. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you'll have a young woman playing with her child, where the despondent Jew sat, and now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and peace.
How are you, TYB?
Hopefully we should.
What's good, TYB? Can you hear me, Pam?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you're.
Yo, is that you in the Ada Rock Discord server?
Yeah, but you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog.
I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
No, it took you too long, Doug. Come back when you're 18, my friend.
I am.
Okay, come back when you're 21.
I'll show you my ID.
All right, you want to send your ID? I'll take that. Yo, pimp.
I have a question before I leave.
What's up?
What are you leaving though?
I don't. I've been in there for like over a year.
Are you ever leave?
No.
What happens if Ada Ross joins that Discord server and says hi?
He has, and he's been in my streams. So what?
Oh, okay.
help him. Yeah.
Yo, buddy, you can't be in here if you're not 18.
I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Buddy, you can't be here if you're not 18.
Abby, I'm 18.
You sound like you're 12 years old.
No, I'm not.
Okay, send me your ID or I'm going to have to ban you.
Okay, I'll send you your ID. But I have a question.
No more questions, big dog.
Not one more question.
Nope,
The question.
dog. You're getting banned, my friend, if you don't send your ID.
Okay, I'm sending you the ID.
Okay.
What? I'm 18. Abby, I'm 18. Trust me. I'm 18.
who I read something today that, Caitlin Clark, I don't agree with Jeff. I don't agree with Jeff T, who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark, well, she's just a good player. She's not a great player. Jeff said that. I love you. You weren't a great player, okay? You were serviceable. I know you made the All-Star team one time. I'm sorry. If we're gonna be honest, I'm happy for your career. Well done, Jeff, my guy. She is great. You was the no, ECC. Let me rock out. That's right. I've been saying that.
never seen something like that. Unbelievable. Crawford folded it off the end of the bat. They were too good while T-Wood advanced the third. Crawford had stopped running. With the side spin that English on it off the end of the bat, even though it went 5 feet foul, it spun back there. It went all the way up into the
She starts becoming more and more unpredictable every single time she comes in. She starts to remember that she's like, she just spit on that lady's face with your baby. God, she got a slap. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the white woman that got in trouble for saying that word? I know. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Ready to get your ass rocked? Zoot, remember that time I talked to you and you talked back? What's up, pimp?
I'm just chilling.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
No, I mean, are you ready to get your fucking ass rocked?
Yeah.
Zoot, we're gonna go over something, okay? In the history of your life, which is a considerable amount of time,
Nearly 30 years.
you have never beaten me in a game called Match Monsters. Were you aware of this fact?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Are you going to be able to change that?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Dude, I've now sent you an invitation. Remember that time that you selected a team? Are you going to go? Zoot.
Yep. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, this is not good.
What?
Oh, you tried to fire one of them.
Oh, yeah, you're fucked, big dog.
Wait. What does red do?
If you get a red, it drops me by 5 points.
Does what by
It, like, removes 5 points from me. Electro Claw.
Yep. Holy shit, that did no damage.
Yeah, Electro Claw's weak as fuck, son.
I found the evolution. The evolution for the electric one is like very powerful.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I think it sucks dick.
No, it gives you like so much group power.
Dog, I'm gonna destroy you. This is like my home base.
Whoa, you get 20 HP attack. But
What?
the thing is, like, yours, it takes a lot to get to the end.
That's correct, son. Good move.
So, Cameron, but helped you a bit.
Dude, this fucking...
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does.
That does a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
You got Nick.
Oh, you.
Oh, I bought the wrong one.
Why would you evolve that shitty? That guy sucks.
I bought the wrong one. You just helped me. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
ready? You ready to say what a lot of damage does?
Yep. That only does 10 damage.
But look, it gives me brain.
Give you what?
It gives me brains. It gives me it automatically gives me health. Ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I've ever thank you for giving that.
Fuck you.
I think that was a good man.
Yeah, I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
Yeah. That's gonna help you if I'm in bed. Best move, yeah. My best move might be this. Oh no, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you fucked me, you little cunt. Sorry for swearing.
You good? Thanks, big dog.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's really good. Oh no, I give you an extra move and you heal. Okay, you didn't heal that much. You win. You won. You won.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did.
Bro, let's go again.
Dog, you got your ass whooped. You have 0 wins. Why do you think you're so dog shit?
Diane.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna pick something? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I have a feeling that we're going to go into a water now. Fuck!
Electric one.
Oh, fuck.
2 tiles are electrified every turn, son. Are you gonna go?
I think that's going to help me.
That did help.
Sorry.
That was a good move. Dog, you fucked me.
Most of the collection fire. But that's not going to help me, man.
Nice extra move.
Didn't help much. The universe is lost. How do you your day?
Yeah, it was great. Hydro Rush?
Did I get an extra move?
I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another Hydro Rush?
Yep. Oh. Oh.
That didn't make
I
any sense.
You. I was trying to move this to the right. Rabbi, I just gave you. I would have gave you the game there.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I mean, it was my fault. I slipped up. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You do this.
You're up, big dog.
Okay, this is the better move. That's an okay move.
Oh, big time. Big time. Are you going to go? Oh, no.
Oh.
Extra move?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Which one do I evolve?
Whatever you want, baby.
I'm gonna evolve him because he's closer. What's the best move here?
This is gonna hurt, son.
Rabbi, it's your turn.
I know.
Oh no.
We're tied, son.
Yeah, but I am close to the leader.
Are you gonna go?
Yep. And then I'm gonna do this.
My turn.
Fuck. Rabbi, I might have helped you,
I hurt myself.
but I might have fucked you a little.
I hurt myself.
I might have fucked you a little. The fire guy is so powerful, but the problem is like he
So hard to get that many.
shit's hard. Yeah.
You know that it's your turn?
Yeah. I think this is the best one.
Hydro Rush?
Yep. Oh, I'm not evolved. That's the problem. Oh, you just helped me. Alright, you just helped me. Oh, no. Oh, no, you helped me.
Extra move? And you're evolved?
Yep. Yep. Okay, now I'm in front. Okay.
You're up, pimp. Big dog. Oh, what a big healy.
Fuck.
What a big win, son.
Fuck, you were so far behind as well.
Did you know you just lost?
Yep, let's go again. I am going to do.
How about your son?
I know.
Ready?
Extra move.
I think you already won.
Extra move. How did I already win?
Look how shit I'm doing.
Well, you always do shit, dog.
Look how far ahead of you are of me right now.
You have the lead.
I don't even have a score. Anyway. You can do so much damage to me right now. That works. Okay. I'm winning.
You stole my guy.
Not getting that from me. Okay, we're tied.
Are you gonna go?
And I am going to buff you a little bit. Okay. That works. Rabbi, who do you think is going to win?
I am.
What if I do this?
You did a really good move.
No. And that was the best move you could have made.
Thanks, baby.
But that was the worst move you could have made because you didn't block the fire. They just do 20 points damage. Oh, even better. Crap.
No way.
How much does it do?
What are you saying, Zoo?
Like, which one do I involve?
Look who it is.
Oh, shit, you scared me. The Riser?
100%.
No.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Doing good. Where are y'all up to?
Losing the Zoot and Match Monsters?
You're not losing. dragged him in match monsters again?
Technically, he introduced the game to us.
Yeah, well, I didn't think you guys were.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Not good. Not good. Really not good.
He'll leave.
Yeah, but the good news is I can do this.
Zoot, do your thing where you go, I just won.
You can't say this is not true.
Can. I might have just won. So you just got an extra turn. Rabbi, I don't think he scored that. I don't think it's going to be that great. Oh, he's got 7. And it's evolving. Fuck.
You're up, pimp.
You're evolving. You don't get it, though.
I think you get plus 10 healing if you evolve in this one.
You get plus 10 health if you evolve.
I think so. Evolving restores 10 hit points.
Yeah, so actually.
What'd you say?
Order and fire.
I'm green and red. Oh, Zoot, you just fucked me. Zoot! That was uncool.
Rabbi, have you heard Newt recently say that he has to go walk his dog?
No.
I haven't heard that shit in a long time.
Yeah, how is Yoshi doing?
It's fine.
Zoot,
Oh,
Zoot, did you know
oh,
it's 4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy?
Yep.
Are you going to do it this time?
Yep.
Like, you're not going to pussy out? You're not going to be late?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you excited to do it?
Yep. Are you excited to get hit hard?
Yeah, hit me with it, baby. Oh, you just healed? Son, you just healed?
No.
Son, you just healed?
How do you heal? Evolving.
Dude, you're going to destroy me. Just do it, Zoot. Do it. 20 damage. Oh, man.
20 damage, yeah. Oh, you just healed though.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely.
You just healed, but you're in a shitty situation.
Zoot,
So I can do this.
let's see you do it. Do it, Zoot.
I just want.
Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot got his first win. Are you ready for golf?
How does it feel to lose when you have a 2 on your team?
Dog, I let you win. I got distracted by Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you, dude. What are you gonna do? Just J-Yor? Zoot, do you know what it means to J-Yor?
No.
J-Yor means jerking yourself off raw. Riser, what are you doing, dog? Are you just J-Yoring? Dog. Riser, you have the invitation.
I'm here.
Oh, no, hit the tree. Boy, I gave you guys easy shots. Zoot might have had one of the worst shots you could have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Yorn. No.
Fuck you.
No.
Thank you. Riser, thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point?
Yeah, I mean, host advantage at his time.
Sure. My boss is going to go into the lock. That blocks everyone.
Hard, dude. Hard.
They block everyone. They block you from being able to get a hole in one. And I knew you guys were going to do that to actually help me out of anyone.
Stop. Stop.
Why don't you just make the shot?
I mean, I have the advantage here. You know that I'm scored a point above both of you because you're like Rabbi, you're on your third shot right now.
I know, baby. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is.
Brian, go the other way. You don't have a chance. You have to make the shot right.
This would be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit it too hard.
Look who's in the lead.
Zoot, no one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right now.
I mean, shot like that. That was a good shot.
That was a good shot, son.
I mean, I probably helped you, but you did the worst shot I've ever seen.
Totally.
Brian, if you get rid of the tree for me on the left, that's big. Okay. Come on,
Hit that tree.
Wow. You might have the win. So, how about so I have 5 points. I have 5 points.
WTF, dog?
Maximum. Oh, thank you. You're done. You're done. Did I have to make this?
You're gonna miss. I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy miss.
Okay. You have to make your shot that you went before me.
Yeah, you know this is in. Like one of the greatest shots. Fuck.
I beat Rabbi and Reza.
When's the last time Zoot beat us?
So he hasn't won yet. It did very well. You're the worst fucking hope imaginable. Four workmen playing school. Even if I don't score here, I'm still in the lead. That's a good shot. That was a really good shot.
You're fucked, Zoot. That's a bad shot. Oh,
That was a
beautiful.
really good shot.
Beautiful, dude.
Now Riza has to help me.
No, he doesn't.
If he wanted to get free, he should have helped me.
Oh, Zoot.
Riza, we give him Rabbi the lead here. Yeah, whatever. Riza, bad shot. You need to get this ball in the hole in the next 3 shots. Next 2 shots? Yeah. And I have to score a 0. Oh, there's a chance.
There is a chance.
It'd have to be the greatest shot of all time.
Zoot, it would have to be the greatest shot of all time. But there's kind of an angle. Too hard.
Yeah, fast enough.
Dude, I saw this guy. I saw this guy do this amazing shot one time on here not too long ago. He hit it all the way to the end and then went like diagonally. It was, I think, a phenomenal strategy.
Are you going to try it?
No. Oh, that's a good shot.
Do water bump Rabbi if you want to win. Just knock his ball down. That was not. Now you gave him a water bump.
Look how good this water bump is. That's in the water.
That's a high IQ.
High IQ is right.
Why would you do that? You're never going to win if you just keep water.
You're the one who started it. Oh, what an amazing shot.
What do you think you see my next round?
Think I'm a genius. Think I'm a genius.
Did you invent something cool or solve a problem?
That's water bumpable.
That's a genius guy.
Stop. Oh, are you kidding me?
Water.
Are you kidding me? Get him, Riser.
Brother,
Riser, what are you doing?
brother, not time.
No, you're not.
That's fun.
You lost.
7, 3, 7, 4, 7, 4, 4, 4.
I can't believe Zoot just won.
Yeah, you guys were being stupid.
Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever seen on this hole? What are you going to do, Zoot?
Yeah, Germany.
Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do?
The hole.
Zoot, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
It's definitely not there. Riser, what are you going to do?
The hole underneath the barn. That was a good shot. Now I'm in the best position out of anyone.
Help me take out this pen.
Zoot, take out the windmill. Windmill, dog.
Not in the
Windmill.
window. Where's the shadow?
Bomb.
Doghouse.
Check out the 10.
Doghouse.
Bad shot. It's underneath the barn. Told you it's underneath the barn. I'm just going to help Rabbi when I do this.
Doghouse.
You mean the doghouse?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh.
Rabbi's in the worst position.
Even worse now.
Make it.
I think I am gay.
Did you just say you think you are gay?
Said I'm gay.
That doesn't even make sense. What would make
I think
sense?
I'm bait Rabbi.
Dog, STFU, man.
I am going to agree. Go back to you.
Oh, that was almost a really good shot. Zoot, hit your ball. No, that was a bad shot. Riser, what did you think of that shot? Zoot, Zoot fucked you. Hey, Riser, what did you think of the William Montgomery show this week? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery. You have something against fat dudes? Riser, Zoot, that's gonna hit that ball. This is a bad shot, Zoot.
That's good, dude. Good.
Bad shot, Zoot.
Hey,
What'd you think of those angles, Riser? Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son?
There's no way I can win.
Why do you say that?
Because you both are in front of me.
That's incorrect, son.
That you both have just as shoot before me.
Oh, okay.
That was a terrible shot by me.
oh yeah, man.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
I don't have any stickies with that yet.
What are you doing?
Are you gonna make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh boy, that's a close one. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you have a big shot here, and you just missed it. Zoot's done. Zoot is done.
Has it ever gotten to it?
No, that's impossible. That's goofy talk. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a great shot, dude. He just left.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Don't water bump me. Look how sick this shot is. Ricer, what are your thoughts on you being many shots away from the hole? In the water. In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water bump me? What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not. No way. That's going in the water. No way. What are you doing? No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck. Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor? Oh well, it looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy? Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move. I don't think so. Oh, the green ones? That sucks. Dog, I can't do anything. What should I do? Dude, what should I do? Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog. Yeah, you didn't know that? Same if you get an L, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn? It just skips. Dog. Nothing is good here. Dog. Dude, I just gave you something good. SDFU, dog. I gave you two really good things. Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up. Doug, what do I do? Dude, STFU, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Doug, you above that guy? Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you. A lot. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail? Good job. The ice is there, dog. Dude, what are you doing with this Hydro Rush bullshit? Flare, bitch. You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your, like, in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, son? Yo, dog. Why not? Why didn't you watch the episode? If you say you're a fan of William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size. Are you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is. Oh, what a terrible move. 20 damage. Dude, what do I do? Are you gonna go? Dog. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Look how sick this move is. Are you gonna go?
Oh.
Shut the fuck up. Yo, pimp.
Basketball or archery or something.
What you feel like you should get to be able to request?
You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah. Let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time, and literally you just had one of the worst shots maybe in the history of this game, and it's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen ever. Are you ready for a newfie shot, son?
Waiting for it. What happened? I missed it. You shoot it into the thing.
Did I put the slider into the hole? Did I put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the thing here. Get it, baby. I ain't mad at you. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Dude, that's baller. But are you gonna go? So do you want to know what you missed in the William Montgomery show? One of the greatest William Montgomery shows ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about their dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, and it was that fat guy, William Montgomery, and and then their girlfriends off camera, and so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Did you just hear me? Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Madonna came on. They also had.
Why are you lying?
They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance, and then they did call-ins. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after. It was pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Ava Longoria. That was really neat. They had on Ed O'Neill. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Gilmore 2 on. Everybody. Even that lady who died at the beginning. Then they had on. Well, I wouldn't say they necessarily had him on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. And I really thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight clip of his most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on. They had the one where Stevie Wonder's on. Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Mario Andretti. They had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans ad. And they had the cast of The Fighter and the Kid. They were on. So Brendan Schaub and Brian Allen, he was on. And then they had on, I thought this was, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? Of course you don't, but they had Timmy No Breaks on. They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, I mean, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan and LeBron James played one-on-one and then played NBA Jam against each other, and they tied. They tied at the end, which wasn't even possible in that game. But they tied, and then they all had sundaes, like ice cream sundaes, and I think a couple people had banana splits. I'm almost certain Erica had a banana split, though she wasn't on camera, so you don't really know. But she was talking about how much she liked banana splits. Then they also had on Phil Jackson, former coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. And then they had on Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, and she declared her love for William, which, Erica kind of got mad about. Then they had on Tyler Halliburton. Dick Cheney showed up. Dick Cheney, he came in via satellite. That was really interesting. It was a really cool show. Why didn't you watch it? Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was telling you about the William Montgomery episode. Why do you like basketball so much? I thought you hate flick games.
Basketball's only good
For like what?
basketball is only good
Are you proud of that? 9 points? That's good. Do you want to hear who else was on the William Montgomery show?
No.
Dude, 2 swishes? You're on fire, son. You could quit. 3 swishes? Dude, 10 points on the second level is unheard of.
And my dog is like in the way, so I can barely even put it.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Create a dog shelter.
We will. We're going to call it the Rabbi Made a Comeback Dog Shelter in honor of Yellow.
It all comes under this.
All right. Well, do you want to hear what's on the William Montgomery show or no?
I don't. I made that extremely clear. Yo!
That was good.
Damn it.
That was good. It's over. It's over, son.
No.
What a comeback. Dog. What a comeback. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
My dog was literally like in my last round.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, what do you want me to do about it? I just did. I've realized that you have stolen all of my comebacks. Yes, you do. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. But you're not doing as well as you did the first game. You played balls to the walls the first game. 8 points. That's still good. Not as good as.
I told you that your comebacks were actually stolen from other people.
I would tell you that you're a liar. You're a straight up liar, son. All my shit is fucking.
We've said that before.
I don't take anybody's shit. You call me a comeback thief? Whoa. How'd you like that one, son? Remember that time you critiqued all of my comebacks and I came out with 13 points? Do you remember that? You're done. 17. Are you proud of that?
I haven't even tried yet. I don't need stolen comebacks.
Did
That
you?
was pretty bad.
Yeah, well, guess what? Look at the scoreboard, son. Look at the scoreboard. Perfect shot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog. 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 Dog.
No.
Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that?
We're gonna lose by one. No. 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 No.
Dog. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
I mean, you had a crazy first round there.
Dog. Do you want to be interviewed? Well, you are being interviewed. Okay, what are your thoughts on getting your ass handed to you? Go.
I would do the same thing if it was in athletic sports. Not a flaky bullshit.
That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was good. If you suck, are you ready for this?
No way.
Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Make. That's a miss. A big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up, taking the lead. Oh, big time. Big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick.
Let's beat 11 right now. I want to see it. People want to see it. This might be a record score here for you.
I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record?
Let's do this high score. Terrible start.
Terrible start.
High score.
Terrible start.
Terrible start.
Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby.
Wow, what the hell?
How'd you like that?
That was crazy.
Riser, how'd you like that?
Quick draw time.
This sucks, and I have to go first. Now, don't distract me.
Oh no. Not as good as I think it's basketball. I don't know that. Why is my target over the thing?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Oh, bullshit. What? I'm just getting some fire like that.
Yo, Doug, what do you want me to do about it? You need 2 bullseyes. That's 1. You need a second one here. A big shot for you, son. And he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end.
What do you want me to do? Oh, you know, a couple big shots here. Let's fuck this up. Let's fuck it up. Last one. Let's fuck it up.
You need 1 shot. 1 point.
I don't know how the hell it's saying that I got less shots on. I mean, you take forever to hit. I literally shoot way faster. Oh, yeah. Have to change the game mode for change the game mode so you can have infinite time practically to shoot the arrow. And still, you screw up.
Dude, how about you just go and you quit flapping your lip? Oh, that's a big make. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able, or 2 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7?
Colossal fuck up. Not good.
Dog, I'll take that. Dude, dude, that's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good. I'm about to put you away, right?
Talking in my backswing, it's actually kind of rude. Usually you don't talk.
Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh.
Usually, that's the sport. Shooter concentrated on.
Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up.
Usually, what happens is that.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show from yesterday. You just need 2 7s, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up like you did before. Yes, you did.
Literally.
Oh, it's over.
You didn't get a single bullseye that game.
Okay, well, what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
I'm just saying that's embarrassing.
Now,
I had
you said something that I find very offensive. That I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've stolen because all of my comebacks are organic, son. I'm waiting, dude. Doug, no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses.
fucking go there.
What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son? Doug, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did?
This fucking word sucks so much. They're below the other letters that I have. I know, I just handed you a gift for no reason. No, you can't go there. Go out to a different spot.
There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy.
Rabbi.
Let's see if I can play two games at once. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
Okay.
It's gonna take too long.
I gotta play. We can play tomorrow.
Nope, we're playing tonight, girl.
Mother.
Go.
Hi. How are you?
Thursday, literally, but we're gonna do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Oh, here we go. Yay. Okay. All right. You can play the game. Let's go.
I'm gonna try.
Can't understand. Hey, girl, how you was? There you go. Go, Rabbi. Yay. Okay. He must test. I like that.
I'm doing what I can, girl.
Trying you. What y'all playing?
Literati.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Go, Rabbi. Okay, don't do it. Okay. Good job. Mm, mm, okay. Go ahead. All right. Yeah. What? Where was on that? All right, Rabbi Nick. That's fine.
Nice job, Mr.
I
Aquarius.
mean, you can. Thank you. You got to do one more?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, all right, everybody. You got this, Nick. Oh, that was a good share.
Get it.
Yay. Yay! Good strike.
Thank you, ma'am. Roger, what'd you think of that one?
There you go. That is right. Let's go. All right, Rabbi. You got this. You got two strikes, bro. Yes, there we go. Good spare. go. There we go. Right. Okay, you got it. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll play again, guys. With us tomorrow.
Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
You too. I stay in here, okay?
Excellent.
Remember?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. Good night, Riser. Good night.
Riser, what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to your game? No, what do you want me to do about it? Joy? That was great, dude. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, I'm asking you a question and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it? Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yo, dog, what are your thoughts on that? The largest unsolved crime in Canadian history. That happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history. And I had to educate you on it. What the fuck is vow? What the fuck is vow? No, what is it? Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word. I did not know that counts in this game. Considering it's another language. Yeah, dog, what do you want me to do about it? And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled VAV. Dog, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that? I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind.
You know what Bob means?
I know what Bob means. I know Va is an alternative spelling of Bob, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed. No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Maybe we're gonna have more time for the
Dude, I only have vowels left. There's a chance you could win. Dude, you could make a comeback.
Welcome.
He said welcome to school.
Yo, dog, you've got to be 18 to be in here. How old are you?
And I did too.
No, you're not. You need to leave.
You don't know.
You need to leave or I will ban you.
You sound like a 40-year-old. I'm scared of
That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm my age.
You're a pedophile.
Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go.
Saying no pedophile.
Get out of here, dude.
No, dude. You pedophile.
Ban.
People on Discord are so interesting.
Agreed. Dog, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still gonna lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see.
Are you gonna get to 300?
Yeah.
Wow, you literally stole my word.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You stole my word like twice.
Dog, what do you want me to do? Boot it. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Fucked it up so I can't play words.
I mean, again, do you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby?
I have a word, but I don't know if I can play it anymore.
Are you gonna win?
Save me, what? Save me, why? Come on, why?
You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you can put a Y. I know where you can put a Y. $300.
So, I was close there. I fucked up a few times, and also the game doesn't give me any good players.
I mean, again, do you want to know what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question.
I'm not asking you to do anything about it. I'm just stating a fact that this game doesn't give me 3 S's every fucking turn.
It gave you 2 blank tiles. I would rather have 2 blank tiles, my friend. I would rather have 2 blank tiles than 3 S's, son. You got 2 blank tiles. Do you recognize?
How do you know I had 2 blank tiles?
Because it shows on the board.
You know how many points you get for blank tiles? 0.
But they can do anything for you. They can be S's. Riser, did you know that you had an invitation? Are you just gonna J-Yor? Are you gonna J-Yor? What game? There is a racing game. It's called Race to see how many balls you can put in the holes. Look how good this shot is. Did you see that? Did you see that shot?
Why do you do this bullshit one, dude? I thought the 160
Because this one takes skill. Look how good this shot was. Dog, let's see you do some damage, son. What are you going to do? Hit my ball. Hit my disc. Dude, you just set up my... I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won. I just won.
How the hell did that happen? That was nothing.
I mean, again, what do you want me to do? Now, you want to see a Newfie shot, son? Are you proud of that shot?
Are you trying to live? Or are you
What was that? Are you proud of that? I dedicate this shot to comedy career. I dedicate this shot to the comedy career. This is kind of a hard shot. Psych. All right, this I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
you can get the next one, the one